Welcome to a bed painting Friday, and today it's going to be a little bit different. I just saw this canvas laying in my studio, and I was kind of tripping over that canvas. I didn't know what to do with it, and somehow it just connected. I was talking about Rembrandt and Velasquez and Titian and other great masters, and I was using them as an example. And then we also talked about master copies and what to copy and what not to copy and why to copy it and so on and so forth. So that's kind of all these ideas kind of together with that canvas laying around unused. And I actually wouldn't even call it canvas, because it's a wooden board that was abused and practiced and tested certain ideas. So there is a lot of different stuff. I think there's acrylic, gesso, or I think it's first it has a layer of rabbit skin glue, then it's it was sized, sealed, and then I put acrylic gesso on top of it. Then I used probably acrylic paint or watercolors, and then I covered it with some leftover orange paint or red orange that I had, and then some other mixtures. Well, it's just an abused piece of canvas that was abused piece of wooden board that was laying around in the studio, and I have plenty of these. And I always kept them because I felt that someday I might need them, and I decided that this is that day. It's a bed painting Friday. This is experiments. Everything is allowed. There are no wrong answers. And I said to myself that, if I preach about, going on these adventures and having fun with paint, I should lead that crazy idea of just not pressuring myself into good painting, but rather into that exploration and pushing those possibilities. So as I mentioned, I'm a little slow today. Everything takes a little bit more time than I expected, but that gives you a chance to not watch this video. Why? Because this has no entertaining purposes whatsoever, and it's more about that exploration that I mentioned at the beginning, your own exploration, my own exploration, and then sharing these ideas and results in painting this course. So in that spirit of that stream or the community that we have here, that we're hanging out and painting together, even though we are not next to each other. Most of the day I feel that I am in the studio with another people, thanks to these streams, and thanks to you guys as well. So I appreciate that that warmth feeling. It's a completely different idea in my head, that I'm not going to stream and entertain. I'm just going to work amongst peers, amongst the fellow painters that struggle with the same problems, or similar problems rather, in their endeavors and journeys. So it's exciting, and I want to show you how much I struggle with Rembrandt, how much thought I'm putting into it, and how little results I have, and I would really like to see you to push yourself as well, to try this random exercises. They're kind of in the spark of the moment that I saw the canvas, and I was talking about Rembrandt being, painting on a really warm underpaintings, and I saw that warm orangey experiment that I was doing on. And this is a really old piece of wooden board, like really, really old, a couple of years old, and it was really put into the abusement throughout the years. So let's enjoy it together. It was a smooth board, but I'm on the tangents again, so let me backtrack. Please do not watch this video. Join me and paint alongside with me. Grab whatever supplies you have, ideally oil paints, because that's what I'm going to use. If you want to follow what I do, or not necessarily follow, because this is not paint by number, this is not, I'm not going to give you recipes and mixtures. I'm just going to talk about paint in terms of creating art with oil paint, rather than teaching you how to use oil paint. Because you will figure it out on your own, trust me, sooner or later. Because if you want to continue working with oil paints, you will have to experiment on your own. There is no set of rules that you have to follow. There are some guidelines that will help you to get to some results, but then the rest of that, it's just it's that frontier that I was talking about. That sometimes I'm at the edge of my own understanding. And it's not about necessarily only about the fact that I don't have that much of experience. It's more about, of course, that's part of it. It's a big part of it, but it's even more about that statistics, or how would I put it, a chart that shows that you should always know more than you can do, because then kind of like a chasing that point that, oh, if I learn how to do this, what I saw, then I'm going to be a better painter. But meanwhile, you will learn something new again, and you will again, it's just that kind of like a perpetuum mobile, that it's a never-ending a story of educating yourself. And that's a good checklist for yourself as well. If you think that, oh, I already know everything about oil paint, well, do you? And if you do everything about the oil paint, now what? Are you going to leave it there, or are you going to push that boundary further for another generation to maybe look up to you, or maybe looking at these books that they will have, and comparing you not with the Rembrandt necessarily, but as someone who actually advanced on top of what Rembrandt was doing. So those are these bad paintings Fridays about, that I enjoy extremely. I'm liking them more and more. It almost feels that I would like to have Friday 3 times during the week, right? If only that would be possible. So I hope that this little intro gave you some kind of a idea about what this Bad Painting Friday is, and how to enjoy it, because we already made a couple jokes in the chat about thinking about, oh, it's a Rembrandt copy, I have to watch what he's going to do. Trust me, I'm going to do really bad. And I'm going to do really bad, not because I want to explore. I'm going to forget for a second that you're watching and you're expecting a good performance. You expect to be entertained. I'm going to forget that, because I'm not necessarily interested in entertaining you. I'm more interested in creating that kind of a environment where we share the knowledge and we push ourselves forward and support each other. So. And you'll be here judging me, yes. No, you should. You definitely should. You definitely should judge me. But remember, you should also look at this as an opportunity to see that that maybe I don't know. I'm just brainstorming right now for myself. I'm just going to make it even more complicated for myself. Why don't we just use Rembrandt's limited palette, right? Since I'm painting and I'm trying to understand what Rembrandt was doing and how he was solving his problems. I also posted a picture there next to the skull. So I put myself into position. So okay, I'm going to explore what Rembrandt saw, and I'm going to implement the similar things into my painting. This is not just a one-to-one copy of a Rembrandt. This is more about using Rembrandt as a guideline. So that's something that that is important for me. And if you look at the portrait, I chose not the one that everybody knows, not the one that it's really well. Every portrait of Rembrandt is awesome, but it's not that the striking pose or a lot of colors. I chose purposely very simple one because I think these simple portraits are way more difficult than the fleshy ones, because we don't have a cool contrast, cool accessories to play with. This is pure composition, pure aesthetics. That's what I would say. Composition is it's on top of it, but there's a aesthetics. I analyzed last week that different portrait of Rembrandt. We were talking about these compositions and movements, and you can immediately right now, you cannot not see the diagonal that he's creating that goes through his face, that it's counter, that is juxtaposed or countered with that a shadow that goes the other way around. He's creating like an X inside when we think about just the pure aesthetics or pure composition. So so that's what I'm interested in. Also, for those of you who watch these streams during the week regularly, you know that I'm working on the larger piece, fragment painting, and I have figures similar to this one. They have this frizzy hair, they have these little beards. So I am going to really explore not necessarily this portrait, but the elements of this portrait that I can then not necessarily replicate and copy one-to-one, but knowledge gained through this study, I will then apply into my painting. And I think I mentioned this multiple times, that's the type of master copies that I do. They always have purpose, and not I don't want to say that they have always purpose and then they're not fun, but they're mostly educational for me specifically. And I wanted to share the idea that I'm not going to paint this master copy and then I'm going to sell it. This is more about me testing again and exploring possibilities with the paint. And I'm going to use Rembrandt's portrait because he solved a couple, let's say, composition for me already. So I don't need to really push myself and spend hours and hours with the composition, because composition is there already. Same as I have a composition for my fragment painting, right? Right now I need to figure it out, the feeling of a portrait. We all know that, if you sit down and you see a instructional video and then you copy that instructional video to the point you would be able to draw eye. We already passed this. I don't think that this should be anything else than just a muscle memory. But then my question always has been that, what am I going to do with this power of being able to create the illusion of three-dimensional space on two-dimensional surface? And that's what Rembrandt was doing. That's why I like him, his work so much. It's really, really important for me. And not only Rembrandt, I talk about Rembrandt a lot, like he's the only one. He's not the only one. He's one that speaks to me the most at this point of my painting journey. I have to say that I think that the first painter that I really, really liked was Leonardo da Vinci. Um, I really look at Leonardo as the beginning, the start, he's like that inception. That was the first thought that was planted in my head that, oh, Leonardo is that dude that just push it to the limits, because of his, of his whole life and the story and the inspirational quotes. Like when you read his diary, that is a gem after gem after gem that you can quote till the end of the world, right? So it's really something that I admired, especially at the beginning, because I didn't even know what to do. There were so many inputs, and so you went to a store with art supplies, and some of them can get really big, and there's so many different pencils, pens, inks, paints, brands. It was so confusing. And I remember that I was looking at Leonardo and Raphael, and I felt, oh, so you can do it with a charcoal stick and that's it? Or you can take just a silver point and do these beautiful renders with a silver point? Are you serious? And then, Leonardo was like someone who opened the door for me. And I think that, and then that kind of feeling then moved towards, oh, so that means that I'm like Raphael, a student of Leonardo's work, and because that's known about Raphael, that he copied everything that Da Vinci did, but he did it better. Which is, and I'm not saying that Raphael was better than Leonardo da Vinci, not at all. But when you look at line drawing or composition, so Leonardo da Vinci created these mathematical schemes to compose things, the golden ratios, and it's hard to say if he created it or he was the first one who actually wrote about these things and kind of how would I put this? He compiled the knowledge into some written text that we can read right now, almost 600 years later. So that's really why Leonardo is so well known, because perhaps maybe most of this information he had from his master, or from Giotto, that was before him, that started that kind of a linear perspective ideas. He couldn't actually was not necessarily developed that idea about linear perspective, but they already started to see these phenomena that when something appears in a distance, it's getting smaller, and they were trying to put mathematical sense to it. So it's really, really interesting to go into these explorations, and it went all the way towards. I remember that then was I went to the part of my education was sculpting as well. So we had these exercises that you painted a skull, then you draw. You draw the skull, then you made a grisaille or monochromatic painting of a skull, and then you did the full color of a skull, and you also sculpt, not skull necessarily, but like an eye or nose or mouth, and the facial elements. So you actually put your hands on that form, and you felt the form and how the form turns away from you. So then I went and was really into Michelangelo and the things that he did, and the exploration, let's say, with frescoes, that before him, when they were making frescoes, they just divided the wall into these segments Like, like they made the grid, imagine the chessboard. So they made the grid, and they, because fresco, it's a plaster, and the pigment is actually bound with the plaster. It's kind of, it's a part of the wall. So you really, in order to get rid of a fresco, you have to destroy the wall, in a sense, because it's part of the wall. And it dries, and when it dries, it does not accept the pigment very well, and when it's super wet, it's just, there is a precise science, and they had these tiles. So they start, when you think about that chessboard, right, they start with the position A1, they put the plaster into that space. They had like these perfect lines, they created the cardboard kind of a, they had a sketch, and then from that sketch they just, transferred it to a larger area, just enlarging, making that chessboard bigger, right, or that grid. And so they started, they put the A1, the square, the A1, they put a plaster there, and then they painted what was in that square. And then it created that kind of a mosaic that they put together. And for Michelangelo, this was not acceptable, because he saw imperfection between these grid positions, and he saw that, oh, I'm going from one grid to another with the same color or with the hand, and I can't put it exactly into the same spot. So what he did, instead of grid, he actually created outlines for the figures. And then because he was thinking about a sculpture, so he was able to actually sculpt with the plaster the position for the figure in the space, and then he painted it at once. That was, I mean, I have a goosebumps right now, and you can even see the excitement in my voice. That's just, that must have been crazy for people at that time. Like, imagine that you have hundreds of years of, that we are doing it the same way, and then this, this guy, just to use a little, a little fun. I really imagining like it would be today, and there is a bunch of painters, and they are kind of looking at someone that came up with some crazy idea, and how refreshing it had to be, and also how the amount of jealousy that I would, I would feel from that kind of like thinking outside of the box, right? And just again, stop myself from being overly dramatic, and for me, stop romanticizing these painters, because it probably wasn't that way. He did it. Nobody probably even saw it that he's doing it, and then they just saw only the beautiful ceiling, right? But the fact that he created scaffolding, and then the technique innovated throughout his life, no one really paid attention to that, because it wasn't, it was a Renaissance. Like, inventions were thrown left and right every day, right? So so that's the lineage of a thought, till the point I went through Tiepolo, and then you have a Vermeer, and then I went into that phase that, okay, a more realistic it is, a better it looks. And then you hit the wall with Impressionists. And before them, of course, they're slowly preparing, these painters are slowly preparing you for that, wall that, the Impressionism was, or the really big kind of a break from the established. And it was really difficult for me to accept Impressionism. I liked to look at it, but I did not understand the meaning behind it. And then you get more and more into painting, and you start seeing things and understanding things, and it's like, oh, so that's what they were doing. And now it makes sense. Oh, I have no idea how to do that. I have no idea how to replicate this, because I haven't been thinking about the world around me this way. I was taking literal meaning of everything that they're showing me, whether it was in the school or my own aesthetics, because I somehow felt that I need to in one piece, in one painting, I need to have I need to ask myself a question. I need to create the answers, and I have to give you detailed, perfect analogy and the recipe how to replicate that. That's what I thought that a painting is about. That you come to my painting and you have a zero chance of mistaking this for something else. And I felt that, oh, that's just empty. Why would anybody want to look at this? For what reason? And especially if you're trying to, capture that impression, the fleeting moment of your life that you want to share with others, like a beautiful landscape. And when you are looking at the beautiful landscape painting, immediately you have that smell. Oh, I know that smell of, I don't know, the really early morning. And I'm talking right now about Turner, right? You're looking at his seascapes and you can feel the warmth of a light actually being kind of present on your face in the moment when you're looking. I have it. I don't know if you do, but I absolutely enjoy these moments. And especially because I was born and raised in the country without the ocean. No one ever thought of, the smell of the ocean on the coast never been part of my memories. But then when I traveled and I went to England and the United States and other countries, I saw ocean, I saw all these different seascapes, and the smell and the warmth of the sun with the sound of the waves. Everything is there when I'm looking at Turner's painting. And they seem empty, but that emptiness, that space that he created for you to actually unload your own feelings to the painting and then receive enormous amount of information from what he painted that is reflected back to you, was that I think that it happened to me with Turner for first time. Like really, when it hits me, it was with Turner. And then a second one was Andrew Wyeth. Or might have been the other way around. So I unlocked understanding what Turner was doing later in his life after I saw Andrew Wyeth's work. So yeah, anyway, how long have I been talking again? For 40 minutes. I think there is a time for me to start painting, since this is a bad painting, a Friday. Well, it goes without the saying, so that bad painting Friday could be also a bad because I'm not painting, right? So I'm right on the money. Let me just move a couple things around so they're a little bit more accessible for me. And since this is like a little, bad painting Friday setup, I might have, it might be a little more difficult for me to answer immediately all the questions from or concerns from the chat. So please be patient with me today, because like I said, I'm a little, I don't know, disorganized, I would say. So I hope that you guys all have your art supplies ready while I was ranting again about, or renting, it's not renting, I went on the rant about my experience with about the painters that I like, and so you feel the same way today? Well, I don't know. There's something. It's just it almost. Wouldn't even say that I'm slow. I feel more like I am relaxed and happy, because because I can paint without the pressure of the environment around me, that people are expecting some results, incredible results, I might add. So I'm just in the position right now that I'm going to paint for myself a little bit, and perhaps there's going to be something interesting that might happen with this. Since this is just a random canvas, right? Like absolutely random. It does not even have a proper how would I put this? Proper dimensions. That's what I was trying to say. So I'm just going to do a little adjustment, just a little adjustment. So I'm at least in the right territory, because that's something that I did not really talk about, but I might as well, since we're talking about proportions and dimensions. So I believe this is a 40, 45. Okay, so I have a 45 right here, and this would be what, 60? 60. So I would do a little math, like a little mathematic gymnastics, and I would just simply count or adjust that according to my width, because that's probably the something that I have to deal with. And I'm looking at right now, I'm just again behind the computer. I just want to make sure that I have the right dimensions. And the reason why I chose this particular portrait also is that if you want to see a really, really good representation of this, you can, because this is you can find this on a Google Art project. Or actually Google Arts and Culture website, and it's Rembrandt from 1663, and this is I'm looking for the size, and I'm trying to find the dimensions. Okay, so it's 65 by 8 by 57 by 5. I'm talking about centimeters right now. And in inches, it's 25 by 22, right? Approximately, right? So I have a if I have a 45 width, I could do 40, and it would be what, 47 by 40? Let me put it into a calculator actually, so I don't just go off of a. Or let's do 45. Let's do 45. Okay, I'm just gonna go full width. Doesn't really matter. So it's just gonna save me some time just preparing this. Okay, if it's a 45 width, the length is gonna be 53.5. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my measuring tools. So I made it approximately what, 10 centimeter, 10% smaller. 53. I said 53. Okay. So 7. It's over here. Not bad. I'm not that off. Just a little. So 53, let me just see. was almost a perfect canvas. Almost, just a little bit. Well, if we want to be like, well, let's say, since we're talking about this, let's say that I want to position it a little bit better. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no. Let's do this. Okay, so this is the bottom part. Let's do one in the middle as well, so I have a little better. Okay. All right. So it's going to be somewhere here, the bottom part. More or less. Okay. Actually, if you want to be like extra fancy, you can do it the other way around. So you can just get rid of this and you can squeeze your pigments right here and paint directly from the board, which could be fun as well. Would it be fun? Are we going to push it even further? Are we going to be creative? Let's do that. Okay, all right. You guys convinced me that will be fun. So what I'm going to do, I know that I have a palette ready right here, but let's see. Bad Painting Friday always unlocks these. So this is 7. So it's here, 7. So what I'm going to do, instead of cutting it from the bottom, so I'm going to go all the way down, I'm going to cutting this from the top, like so. And you can put the tape there, whatever you want. I'm not going to, because it's not really that necessary. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to squeeze my pigments directly on the canvas rather than just having it on the palette. And I'm going to limit myself, so I'm going to go with titanium white, not lead white, unfortunately. That's what Rembrandt would use. Oh yeah, Bad Painting Friday, there we go. Then I have a yellow ochre. And you can see even like how much impasto you can get if you really want to. Now let's hit it with beautiful vermilion. Look at that. I was watching a Bob Ross again. It's a beautiful color, vermilion. It's just so nice. And I'm going to use ivory black. Where is my ivory? But the Wild Friday so far, yeah, it's getting even wilder. So I have my black right here, and just for sake of the the demonstration, because I'm pretty sure the Rembrandt would use these, I'm gonna hit it with some umber, just so I have a darker, warmer values there, because this painting, when you analyze it, it's just a lot of it. So this is just a raw umber, and I'm using 2 different brands of raw umber because one is warmer and one is cooler. They look the same, but and the reason why I'm doing it, because I want to get a little cleaner, more saturated, darker values. right? So I might even, maybe, I don't know if that would be necessary, absolutely, but, maybe add a little bit of I may add a little bit, maybe, I'm not sure. I don't think I need it. I wanted to add sienna, but I don't think that's necessary. So I have these pigments squeezed on my board, not on my palette, but it's the same orientation. So I go from light to dark. So my palette is organized right now, not necessarily according to tonalists, but according to impressionists, which are colorists in the group of colorists, but in terms of tone. So if you just think about this in terms of value, so light or white, it's going to be my lightest value, and the black obviously is going to be the darkest one. I will never be using clear, pure black. That's never going to happen, and I will never use pure white. Well, maybe I'll use pure white. Depends. Depends. We'll see. So yeah, and right now, for those of you who are painting and working on your paintings, I also put the skull there, right? And like I mentioned, the skull there is just a helper. That's also a learning tool for me as well, because I might be thinking about how I want to also focus on the understanding, or not understanding, seeing light. Being able to see and analyze the light and how it hits the surface. And I don't have exactly the same portrait. It's slightly tilted differently away from you, but it's because from where I'm sitting, it's almost exactly the same position. So I'm helping myself with this as well. And I always use my skull. It's always around here, and I can't even imagine day without the skull, because it not necessarily that I use it every day in terms of that, oh, I need to paint a skull, but it always reminds me something that Michelangelo and Da Vinci they were talking about, or Rubens as well, or Albrecht Dürer. Those are these guys that experimented also with bodies, and they were so into that, human form, to the point that they started to exaggerate it. And they were always talking about that underlying things, the things that are underneath the skin that creates the certain forms, and the reasons why these forms do this. So a skeleton was very important for them, and I use a skull as a reminder. Hopefully it's not going to fall down, because it's really, it's balancing on its own, so I wouldn't be able to recreate this. I also put a darker value there behind, because I want to replicate that feeling of there is a light against the dark. I think that it's a good practice when you are a beginner, because it would help you to see, it would be extra bad Friday, yes, extremely bad. But I was thinking about that I'm going to keep this background there just for a little bit, because that would help me with drawing. But then when you think about it, Rembrandt, he's not drawing, he's not creating these lines, and he's not coloring in between these lines. He's working with shapes, and not necessarily shapes in terms of, oh, this is a shape that represents I. He was painting with the shape of light. So putting the skull, which is clearly extremely white, on the dark surface created this a really sharp kind of outline that separates the skull from the background with visual divisions, right? These lines, there is a visual clear boundary between what is on the right and what is on the left, or what is on the top and what is on the bottom. That's not what the Rembrandt is doing. That's not what Velázquez was doing. So if you would be really, if you really want to get into that idea, you would probably push it and leave the light background behind. I have a light, let me just get there. I don't know if what I'm trying to do is right now to show you the difference. And I don't know, hopefully it's not going to fall. I know I'm quiet because I'm really focusing on this. Well, I don't know if this is a great idea, but we'll see. So immediately, I hope that it showed on the, yeah. So right now you can see the difference. You can see the difference. Okay, perfect. All right, so you can see the difference. This is what Rembrandt is doing. This is what he's I have it white on white. I'm sorry because I have, a white skull, but he's doing it with dark. And I'm looking right now, and you can hardly say, especially when I'm looking on that, let's say top of the head, it almost disappears into background. So that's what creates the atmosphere. That's what creates that fact that there is a wall behind me. And you can also see how we both know that the wall is white. I painted it with the same white color when I was painting that wall. But the fact that the light behaves differently, it's getting stronger and it's getting weaker, and it shifts from lighter and darker. And the ideal way to see this, or like a perfect way to see it, the shift of that wall, and that's why I purposely set this up this way, is when you look at between my canvas and the picture, you see you see between my canvas and the picture, you see the wall, and the wall shifts from warmth to really blue cool to neutral to completely warm. Do you see that? I hope you do. So these are the transitions that are happening on the white wall. These are these lost edges, or the soft edges that you can observe on the skull as well. And you wouldn't be able to paint this with a line, right? So there is there's that kind of you can immediately see the difference. And it also, you can see the difference when the light is actually touching the dark canvas, or the dark part, which is the Rembrandt's painting, and the contrast that is with that orange canvas of mine. You can see really a blue light on the wall next to that orange canvas. So this is how Rembrandt used a dark blue pigments, or just the black mixed with white, to create the effect of blue. It's an illusion because everything else is orange on his painting. So creating a blue eyes was not a big deal for him because everything was orange, including the whites in the eye. But not orange necessarily, but it was desaturated orange. And you can see these subtle shifts on the skull right now that you can't tell, like when you look at the, I don't know, when you look at, what would be the good example? Okay, let's look at the eye sockets, right? And you see shadow in the eye sockets. You know that these are all shadows, but look how much reflected light is there. It's crazy how much reflected light is there. So there is something that we do not think about as much when we're looking at the portrait on these subtle shifts. That's why when you really want to test the understanding of edges and the understanding what you see, just to take a put some white object on the white background and then paint it with full color, with every color that you can possibly see. It's just, I'm telling you, this is going to be, it's one of the most difficult things, but more satisfying if you really get into that. That's one of the most satisfying things. I saw few painters that are capable of creating beautiful still lifes. They're just only with white objects. Because it's about these transitions and edges and leading the eye through these lost and found edges in the composition. So when you're doing, again, still lifes, put yourself into position. So I'm going to train right now the edges. I'm going to find and lost and sharp and medium edge, or whatever there is that you can do with your brush. Also thick against like a thicker paint, impasto against softer application of a paint, or a little bit more diluted with medium. I'm just, I'm trying to always be one sentence ahead of you because I'm trying to think what to say to make it a little bit more understandable. So I got the pigments, I got the sculpt there, and I have my source material, which would be this image. I also have a Rembrandt books, but I also have a digital medium, because with the digital medium I can really zoom in and see almost these brush strokes. And I mentioned that it's on the arts and culture Google, and you can really zoom in. So you can really explore the brush strokes, and you can explore the paint application and these little imperfection, and you can really study the edges. And I can tell you right now that when I'm looking at that picture, I don't know at one point where the hair ends and the background starts on the right side of it, on the left side of his head. I simply can't. When I zoom in on that Google Art project, I can't see. And there is also the corner that I was talking about yesterday. That's the hair. I'm looking at the left side, very zoom in left side. And is that, the corner of the eye, at the corner of the eye, it's the left side, and it's the corner when the background meets the hair, meets the cap. There is that corner, it's completely dissolved into a background, because it's very sharp, distinguished edge where there are three major planes are meeting. It's a hair, it's a cap or head, and that's and a background that would create the point, the tangent. So you would want to go there with your eye, and Rembrandt does not want you to go there with the eye. So he's making everything softer. So I'm going to look at these things, and maybe I can push myself even further, and maybe let's just do this. Let's just have complete fun. Let's not make a drawing, like underdrawing. I'm just going to work with light and with the shape. What would you say to this? Just really push myself into a challenge. This is a bad painting Friday. I'm talking for an hour and a half. Skull is about to fall down. I have all my pigments on the canvas. I'm going to use only a big brush, okay, and I'm going to use only shapes and no lines, right? So here's the thing: that how worse it can get. It can't get bad. It can't get worse. It can only get better from here, right? So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have lots of fun with it. I'm not going to fuss about anything else. I just want to create the beautiful kind of a transitions between the light and dark. Are you waiting for the skull to fall down? Me too, actually. Trust me, me too. And I don't want it to fall because it was present, and I cherish it. It traveled with me it was a big journey that we went through. So I'm just going to adjust it. I can't. I'm really. It's a precious piece of memorabilia for me. So I'm just going to adjust it a little bit. It seemed that it. You know what? It's just no. Let's not. I demonstrated what I wanted to demonstrate, so it works. But you can, I have another piece of light material there, so you can see these differences and how they move and shifts, right? Well, that is from where I'm standing, I already have maybe some still life to paint. It's everything. It's white. There is a few shadows there. Transitions and so on and so forth. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any pillows around here, unfortunately, purposely, because if I have a pillow here, do you know what's going to happen? There's going to be a sleepy time for sure, 100%. So give me a second. I'm gonna grab a little bit more of a warm tea, and then I'm going to sit down and start painting this crazy limited palette, limited tools, limited everything painting. So I'll be right back, just a sec. Okay, I'm back. I'm just going to pour a little bit more tea into a cup, and I'm gonna start experimenting. So plus there's an added bonus today that you don't need to, necessarily look at me. You're just suffering from my never-ending talking about art. So the gloves are on. I have 2 gloves today, so expecting something, incredible happened. And let me try to okay, so what did I say? That I'm not going to do any lines? Okay, well, all right, so since I'm not making any lines, or maybe I should grab a more of a painting medium. Okay, hopefully I'm fully set right now. Okay. So, am I going to use these two brushes? Okay, the large brush, this one, and then we're going to paint just with the big brushes. Maybe I can grab a fan brush. I don't know if Rembrandt was able to use fan brushes or not. Yeah, I hope that my head is not going to be in the way. Okay. All right, so I'm thinking about the portrait, and my head is definitely in the way, isn't it? Let me see. Hopefully not. So, I'm going to think about the portrait, and I'm going to think about the portrait in terms of perhaps values and shapes. So I'm just going to go and start. And Rembrandt would probably have, and this is really slick, there's no, okay. Wow, that's going to be fun. So I'm just playing with these umbers first. And I'm thinking about, I want to connect, with this here, and I'm creating that kind of that diagonal that is right here, because that's what I feel that is happening right now with this, the kind of a diagonal thing, because I see that there is a dark value right here, just a little bit in the corner, as we talked about, as it goes into a corner, you can see this in the Vermeer's painting. It's getting a little darker, and then there's somewhere here would be probably his shoulder, I think. Like somewhere halfway through would be his shoulder. Just my head is just getting into a frame, which is not really ideal. So I'm thinking about that, and then I'm thinking about the size of his. It almost feels like what would this be? The length. Brush, so a little lower. So a little lower. Okay, a little lower. So this is, I think that this is somewhere where the head is going to be located, in the center, somewhere around here, because it's fairly symmetrical, or not symmetrical, and it's not necessarily in the center. I feel like his eye it's like a, let me do this. Let me at least, because this is something that no, I have just a big brush. That's it. All right, that's the deal. Okay, never mind. So this would be about yay big, perhaps. So somewhere here, I see that would be his eye, and I'm going to use a little paper towel, and I'm just going to wipe this a little bit, because I think this is where his cheek is going to be, and this is going to be in the dark. Okay, just a little bit of, not necessarily there we go. So it'll be somewhere here, maybe even a little bit more here, this way. There's a shoulder here. There's his beard. That goes this way. Right. And all this is also in the shadow. Not the shadow, it's darker value, I'm sorry. Right, so I'm trying to create the light spot right here. Of course it's going to get lighter because I'm going to use pigments, but this is basically what I see. I see the diagonal, like going from one corner to another corner, like so, and this half is black, not black, it's dark, rather. So I'm just going to work that, use that. So I'm not going to wait that someone else is going to come and make it darker. That's what I used to do when I was, and I'm using a lot of pigment. I'm not really worried about that. I'm trying to paint and not be in the frame. Not really the easiest thing to do. So this is what I'm thinking about. Like this is where I am in that, Frank Miller stage, that he's working only with the shape and not with the light and dark, but in terms of light, right? So it's light and dark, but in terms of black and white. And you can see that I am trying to cover these things as much as I can. Well, I'm going to paint into that, but that's okay. As also when I'm looking at that, and there's a soft edge right here, so I'm going to dissolve into this, into nothing. Well, this is really annoying. Okay, perfect. Less noise. Okay, and then I see also that this is a darker part because that's his head. And, I'm not really painting right now. This is that. nose right here, I'm not painting shadow. I'm painting a light value and a dark value. And I want them to be connected as much as they can with the background, because I want to create that soft edges and atmospheric perspective. So I'm just, right now, I'm not even painting, I'm just staining that canvas. So I will create and again, I'm looking at this diagonal right here in terms of composition, and then there is a yeah, it seems like that underpainting is perfect. That's what I'm saying. That's the happy accident. I didn't know. It was just spare paints, and I just really saw it there laying down. Somehow it works. But here's the thing. Whatever, the only problem is that it's really absorbent. So this, it's already, getting kind of that dry, the effect of when something is dry. Let me rephrase it. It's giving the effect that it's still wet, but it does not have enough oil in it, because the surface is really absorbent. So I'm going to also suffer and fight with this. And it also, you can see these dark areas. You can see like what happens when you have uneven underpainting. And it's, again, those are happy accidents, but they can work against you. And especially when you do copy, I would probably control the environment as much as I can, and I would probably use the one continuous surface, but it doesn't really matter this much to me right now, because this is really just for fun. And I'm going to put this right here, and I'm going to grab that, wipe it here a little bit. Here, this is going to be a nose right here. Maybe more this way. Maybe more this way. And then there's going to be a chin right here. And a little bit lighter right here. That kind of it helps me frame the other side. So this is something that I see right now. This is something that I'm focusing on, and I'll also see the beautiful Rembrandt's kind of in the Rembrandt's fashion. It's like the little sliver of light right here on the collar. He loves to do that. For some reason, he loves to do that. And then there is another diagonal right here, and the diagonal right here. So, because it seems to me when I'm looking at that the bottom of the chin, where the chin meets the beard, it's like it's like almost in the center, and then from that center I see the angle this way. So I should probably push this even more on this side. The nose, I mean. And it should go all the way lower, but I'm not able to erase this because that's the previous pigment underneath that. So, and then I have this, maybe I can push it a little more. And this is going a little higher up. So I'm really looking only on the light shape. And I remember I was studying in and then there is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful little, like just a little bit of eye right there. That might be a little too far out. So if I want to correct it right now, it's the good time, because I can always put more pigment there and then maybe move it a little bit more here. So I'm not really afraid of doing anything, because there's no concrete things here. So there will be this would be where the mouth probably go. And I'm looking at nose, it's somewhere around here. Then I have this, and there is so they should probably go a little higher up. Somewhere here. And the change somewhere here, and there, this diagonal, it's going a dark diagonal right here. It's going all the way here in the background. I'm still reaching down for the pigment. It's connecting here. So this is the dark, but then it's also a really slight sliver of light right here where the ear is going to be, and then there is this sliver of light right here. So I'm just going to protect these little pieces of light, and everything else can go into that dark. So this is where I'm right now. This is not the Rembrandt, but this is something that I'm looking at. And the position. And then I see a little light right here in this area. There's like a little sleeve. So I'm just going to put it there so I don't forget to put it here. And then also there's like some kind of that's connecting the garment from left and right, or left side and the right side of garment. So, and I have a really dark value right here underneath that ear. And then here. Then here's really dark right here. Because there will be the pit of the shoulder somewhere right here. And another one is right here. That's why the lighter value there, a little bit here. I think that it's just, when I'm looking at that and comparing it with Rembrandt's painting, I think that my head is a little too big, perhaps. A little too big. So, yep. Have to make it a little smaller. So again, I'm not painting lines, I'm not doing any I'm just playing with this one shape, this shape right here, the shape of his. And I have only a big brush, so I cannot do any small adjustments, only big ones. I forced myself to do this, so bear with me right now. So that's that. And again, I'm not painting shadows right now. I'm painting a dark shape. And I actually wanted to say, I actually want to talk about some helpful this is going to be a nose right here somewhere. About some helpful ideas when it comes to, and there is a kind of darkness all the way from here. That's that hair that it's connected to a so yeah, I have this. I'm gonna have eye right here. There is a space for a nose. It can go maybe a little closer, maybe a little closer. And this is where the eye is going to be. And there is a little piece of the eyebrow darker valley right here that goes in like so. And then there is a little right here. There's that curl of dark hair right here, and there's another one right here, and there's a kind of like a triangle sticking out right here. So on the one vertical, almost in the center, probably in the center, I have an eye, I have a corner of a nose, I have a corner of a mouth, and I have the bottom of the chin. So these are all on the one diagonal. And the corner of the eye, it's not the corner of a maybe this can go even closer because I'm looking at the size and shapes. So this can go a little bigger. And the eye, it's actually in the middle of this shape and this shape, right? So instead of drawing lines, I'm just looking at these shapes. Because I'm not painting a portrait necessarily. I'm painting a weird shape. Let's go this way. There's a nose here. There's a shadow underneath the nose. That's a little difficult area, but no worries. I'm just going to go with the pigment there. And then we have a little corner right here. That's that mustache. And there's a little space right here for him. For the chin. I'm sorry, not for him. Also for him. And then hair goes here. And this is a little light patch right here. And then I have a little light on the top because that's where the okay, I made a little mark there. Okay. This one. So I'm going to spend some time here with this. Not because I'm looking for precision drawing, but because I want to get that shape properly. I want to have these proper dimensions for this shape. Or as close as I can get. slowly, slowly, slowly thinking about where are these positions for that. Then there would be here a little bit of that. And since, I'm trying to make a copy, but not in the sense that I'm going to copy it exactly one-to-one. This is probably where I would start asking the important questions, and that would be how far do I want to take this painting? Like, am I going to do a precise, detailed kind of a, how do you call it, a precise, so this is right here, so underneath here it's going to be that lid, top lid and the bottom lid, and that's where the eye is going to be. There's a little sliver of light that's right here. I'm just going to suggest it there. So that's where the I like that semi-bad Friday. Maybe we should have these as well. Or semi-bad Friday painting. That's cool. So I'm going full bad painting Friday. No semi for me. But there is a lot of things that you can do here in this stage. So if you notice, I'm going to right now, because in this stage, the reason why I'm spending so much time here is that I can create a lot only with this. So like these brush strokes this way, it's already like a strands of hair. So if I put like a really, pigment right here, this is already going to have that, direction of the hair. So I have this, so I can just push it. And it also is giving me these different kind of transitions that I'm looking for, that I can either use or not, depends how I decide. And the interesting thing is, and you actually just mentioned it as well, that it's already starting to look pretty cool in terms of, it's not like Rembrandt, but this is a pretty cool study that if you stop right here, this would be probably a quick thumbnail exercise for everyone. You don't need to do it this big. You can have like a really small, because I have next to me like a smaller canvas, right? So you could use this idea on the smaller canvas just to quickly create an idea of what the portrait should be. Where do you want to have it? And just do these sketches, because I wouldn't go preparational sketches for painting, and we trying to, so I have a long hair, so I have to draw a long hair. I have a short hair, I have to draw a short hair. I don't really care, because I can use this sketch not for my portrait, but for portrait in general. This setup, this composition, that's already try and tested composition by great masters like Rembrandt is, right? So there's not that much to, you know, to think about, to move. You have you have the light part in the middle, but the head is slightly on the, it's leaning more on the right side. That's that perfect balance that he's creating. Because if he put the head in the middle and then light part right here, you would just feel that why is it's not balanced properly. And he's balancing it perfectly. He's not balancing the portrait, he's balancing that weight of a light against the weight of a dark. And when I'm talking about light, again, I have to stress it multiple times. I'm not talking about the light and shadow. I'm talking about the white color against the black color. So if I would have to create only two, if I have only two values, black and white, this is the only part that will be white. Everything else here would be black. Including this, because this is really, really dark compared to these light areas right here. Whether you believe me or not, you can just put it into Photoshop, to the point that I want to make this even darker, almost invisible, because all of these things are just going to connect in that, you know, in that lost edge, right? So this is the sketch for portrait, rather than just actually drawing a portrait into your sketchbook, because you spend a lot of time trying to get your likeness, and you are not really paying attention to your composition. At this stage, it's only about the composition and whether or not that light shape, that it's a focal point, fits nicely into that overall frame that you created, if it has a right position. And moving this left and right, it's way easier for me than moving left and right already painted eye or drawn in eye. Right now, if I want to move the eye to left or to the right, I'll just add a little bit more pigment right here, and I say, okay, so this is not the shape of the eye that I'm looking at. Okay, so I'll just erase it. That's it. As simple as that. And then I'm looking, well, that's still too much. It needs to be smaller. Why? Because I'm looking on the distance between the corner of the eye socket to that shadow that is right here. Not even a shadow, to that a side where the skin meets the hair or beard in this moment, right? So this distance is important for me. And I'm looking at how big is the eye socket compared to distance between the corner of the eye and the shadow, or the corner where the terminator edge, where the plane changes from top plane to side plane on the nose. And also the direction. And when I'm looking on the angles, this is something that I wanted to get for 3 times, and I always go on tangents about finding these shapes or understanding these shapes. There are 2 techniques that I use. Well, multiple, but 2 very important, or no, 3 very important. You saw me, having thinking about diagonal that goes from corner to corner, like so. The diagonal, it's always going to be there, whether we see it or not. So I'm drawing it there with my eyes, and I see that on the diagonal from here to here, I have somewhere that beard. Somewhere there is the beard. I don't know if it's here or here, but somewhere on the diagonal, it's lying that point where that beard meets the skin. Somewhere there. And then I'm also looking at what else is there. Okay, I see that if I'm continuing with that diagonal there, somewhere here on the diagonal is going to be armpit, right? And then there is a lighter shape right here that I created. So that's what I'm looking at. Then I'm asking myself, I'm just going to drop the vertical through the middle of the canvas, right? From the middle, that means that I will separate it into halves, 2 equal halves, right? Left and right. and I'm looking at that diagonal, and I see that on the diagonal, on that vertical, when I drop it down, that's something that you would use with the plumb line, you're holding the plumb line, I have things that are lining on top of it. I see the corner of the eye, not the corner of the eye socket, corner of the eye, and if it's going down, I see it's continuing down, I see the corner of the nose, or nostril, or that flare of the nose. I don't know exactly how it's called in English. There's like a medical term for it for sure. And then I see corner of the bottom lip. Corner of the bottom lip. It's exactly on the same line, and I'm going further low, and I see that there is a corner of that shadow right here. So I have these points, and where the corner of the beard, the vertical, the corner of the beard meets the diagonal, I have a first point 100% all the time, exactly, it's going to be exactly the right position for the beard. Always. So no matter what I'm going to paint here and my proportions are off, I can always nice this point, because it's actually the center of, that point is the center of that canvas, not the center of the composition, it's the center of the canvas. Right? So that would be, and then I'm looking at another diagonal, right? I can take this diagonal and ask what's laying on the diagonal there. For me, especially with this portrait, nothing interesting is there, but I can use that one. And if you do this, you have one point that you can always find, and from that point you can go, okay, I know that this is the center. I can't do anything with that because I can measure it, right? So I'll be like, I'm taking the one side from here to here, and from here to here, and you can tell that I'm not in the middle. So I have to push it. That means that if I'm pushing this, I'm taking the distance right here, that is too much, so it's somewhere in the middle. So it's right here, in the middle. These are not correct. So I have this, and then I'm going to ask myself if I'm from the top, if I'm halfway point from the top to the bottom. Yes, I'm there. So this is going to be my point that I can never lose, because even if I draw those lines there or whatever and they disappeared, it doesn't matter, because I can always find this point visually and I can double check that. From that point I can tell that if I drop vertical, so that's going to be the corner of my eye, it's going to be pushed slightly more here, slightly more here. I don't know how high and low it has to go, but I know that it has to be there. It has to be on this vertical that goes right here. Approximately. And I'm asking myself, am I talking about the inside corner of the eye or the outside corner of the eye? Because that's very important for likeness, right? And then I would ask myself, okay, what else do I have there? I'm going up, up, up. And then on this same diagonal, I have also the lightest, the top part, the lightest corner where the skin tone meets the cap. That's another important point that I have there. So I'm going to, again, check it visually, and you can measure it, but you can do it with eye. And more you practice this, the better you're going to get. This is not a good measuring tool, so I'm giving you a wrong example. Let me just go and get the proper measuring tool. And the reason is because it's not straight. It's thicker and thinner based on the thickness of that handle. So let me find a measuring tool, and I'm using the knitting. How do you call it? Needle, knitting needle. Because they are usually pretty straight. So this is it. So this is the straight. So I'm good. So so I have this, the knitting needle is going to be here, it's my helper. And I also have something that is called plumb line. I'm using plumb lines all the time because that helps me to have the perfect vertical. Plumb line is just a little piece of weight on the string that you just drop down. You just drop down like this, and it's always go to the center of the earth, so you know that you have a perfect vertical. That's like a thousands upon thousands of years of experience with building buildings, and people use this for millennia, right? So I'm holding that string like this, and I know that if I stabilize that, everything on that line, it's absolutely vertical because it's going to the center of that earth. So I can quickly, analyze these. Not only that, next what I'm looking at is, if this is my perfect vertical, I'm asking myself, this angle is going to be leaning away from that vertical or towards that vertical, or is going to be parallel. And I see that it's slightly leaning towards, so they would meet on the top, not on the bottom somewhere, but on the top. So immediately for the shape, I can identify that this direction is wrong. It needs to go this way more. So I'm going to grab my brush, right? And I'm going to correct it. I'm not painting a line, I am painting this shape because I'm thinking about hold this part. So it needs to go this way. So I'm correcting it. And I'm asking myself right now, this angle on this side, if it's going this direction, and this is a perfect, this is a Rembrandt as it best, with these angles, because he's always changing them and shifting them. This angle, which it's leaning, which would meet the center point on the top, not on the bottom, how different that angle is from the angle of my nose, or nose that I'm actually copying. Is it the same angle? Are these two angles parallel or not? And what's the orientation of the angle? So I would analyze this, and then I would continue with analyzing all these angles. I have this angle, I know that it's diagonal, then I'm asking this angle, and I'm not looking at this angle actually. When I'm drawing this, I'm looking here on this angle, and how these two angles are related to each other. And then I'm asking myself, okay, what about this angle right here? Is it the same as this one, or it shifts and changed the the angle between where the skin ends and the hair starts, right? And I can also ask, like, his hair, is his hair going this way or is it going this way? What's the shape of that? And you're absolutely right. You can use necklace. You can use whatever you have. I only have just a string that I found. You can use a shoestring if you want to. And at the end, I actually I have a, what's the name of it? Washer. It's like the little piece that, how would I describe that? It doesn't really matter, just put something heavy on the bottom. You can actually buy these already made in the hardware store, and they're using them. It's called, I think it's called plumb line. And they're using them for actually measuring whether or not the wall is perfectly vertical. So I have this, and I would stay in this stage as long as I could, because it's fun, because you can move things around very easily, very, very easily. So I have to push this a little bit more out. I can tell right now a little bit more here. Why? Because when I'm looking at the vertical, the corner of that mustache, it's where the corner of my eye is. And I'm thinking about my eye being, you know, this width. And maybe I should push this a little bit more out here, because it's almost equally divided. This a little bit more this way. Something like this. And I'm looking at these shapes and I'm comparing them, and then there's that's where the nose is going to be. And I know that this is the corner of my eye right here, so the corner of the nose has to be somewhere on that vertical. And I see that the shape of the beard kind of touches, the mustache kind of touches the almost connects with the beard. Almost, not perfectly, but almost. So I erased it. Yeah, I'm using a needle to scratch that, yeah. Well, because I also creating like that kind of a softer edge that is going away. It's just, you know, it's just, but you can use whatever you want, because the problem is, yeah, you're right. I have only one tool, because I would probably use, you know, I'm just going to show this as an example. I'm not going to use it. There is a bunch of techniques that you can use to work with this. So I would take one of these brushes that are destroyed, like this one. I already showed you these. One that is destroyed because it can nicely erase and create the softer transitions there if I want to. So I could erase this. And then it's curving here. And then it's going here. And then there is a little bit of this, a little bit of this. And I would just go over my, and go into a lot of details. If this would be, you know, something that, you know, that I really care about in terms of accuracy, right? If I would make the perfect, and you can then wipe it away. And if you really want to go into this, you know, into this kind of technique, then you can dip it into your solvent, right? A little bit, clean it, or your medium. I have a little bit, really little bit on the brush. And you can go into, I don't know, let's say that I want some line right here. So I'll just go and I will erase a little bit. And it automatically, on one side I'm getting a hard edge, and on the other side I'm getting soft edge. And I'm controlling brush this way, and this would be the lighter spot that just kind of, you know, that is kind of on that side. So. And if you leave this dry, you already have something nice to work with the other day. where you can experiment with other stuff. You won't be able to erase it this way, but you will be able to work on top of it, right? And that's the thing, that if my canvas would be really, really nice and prepared, I wouldn't have these, you know, dark patches right here. I don't know if you can see it, that are really kind of breaking that uniformity of this. But I don't care, because, you know, this is just having fun. But, you know, when you're making copy, you want to have a control surface, because you are not looking for the accidents. If I were to paint myself here, I would leave it there, because those happy accidents might happen there. This is, I'm trying to copy exactly what someone else did. Not exactly, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to get as close as possible. And if I don't want it there, I can always, you know, bring more pigment and just cover it. And who cares? Never been there. No one ever see this. And I would play with this, and you can bring this into actually fully rendered underpainting. But here is the thing: more you spend in this stage, how would I put this? This is a complicated sentence. I'm trying to put, you know, like I'm a Dickens, and, you know, I'm going to say one sentence now on 3 pages. So I'm going to be very, very simple. If I were to develop this to almost a perfect drawing, or accurate drawing, like you would be able to see that you know, that's the Rembrandt young man portrait or bust. If I were to push it all the way to that very end, I am less likely to then start putting pigment on top of it, because I would think about this as like, oh, this is such a precious underpainting. I spent so much time and it already looks good and I'm liking it, and people are, oh, this is nice and cool. You're not going to paint on top of it. So more you work here, less likely is to move forward, because this already gives you all the harmonies that you were looking for. And this is that stage where people like to stay with the portraits, that they are creating these, you know, half unfinished, you know, and just, you know, and I would render this eye and a little bit of mouth and a little bit of nose, and people would be like, oh, no, yeah, you're right, but hold your horses. You cannot apply this logic and this kind of a technique to a large multiple figure, multiple portrait, multiple environment painting ever. It simply doesn't work that way, because you would be working only with one of many possibilities that full scale, you know, fully, you know, from corner to corner painting is giving to you. It's way more difficult, because you're working with more of unknowns when you are working on that kind of a, you know, fully painted canvas. Plus, you are losing these nice kind of a random kind of watercolor feel to it. But you wouldn't be able to, you know, work with larger scenes. I mean, you still can work. Yeah, I have plenty of sketches done like this because I like this effect. This is very people even like to buy these things, believe it or not. I just don't like to, you know, even show it to them, because they will go for this more often than just the fully painted painting. I don't know why. There's something appealing about this. It looks like it's old, and someone like hundreds of years ago started this painting and haven't had the chance to finish it. Maybe that's the appeal. I don't know. I can't really tell. So, yeah. Silly people. Yeah. It's not, you know, I don't know, it's my experience. I don't know why is it so, but this is something that people like to, maybe it reminds them that they're in the museum or something. I don't know. It's just that kind of a sentiment with this. Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know. Truly, truly don't know. Right, and you can see right now the difference between underpaintings, I believe. I mean, this is still, that's still wet, but this part right here, this dark value, this is that, you know, dark underpainting that was there. Yeah, you're right. It's especially with the backgrounds. You're absolutely right. It's just, well, you can use it. You can utilize that. I'm not saying that you have to paint everything. That, you know, if there is a, I don't know, a marble wall in the back, that you have to paint every little, you know, streak of that, you know, the marble. I don't, not marble. What's the like if it's a stone in the back, you don't need to paint the individual, every little, you know, like, you know, sand in the background. It's just, it's that you have to be aware of when you are using it and not overdone that, not overdoing it. You can see in the Rembrandt's painting, sometimes sometimes he leave it as it is, and sometimes he goes into these sometimes he goes into that kind of a, that's what I actually observe, because of the thickness of the paint on the canvas, and not only thickness of the paint on the canvas when you look from the side, but also the, you know, how even right now the canvas is reflecting a lot of light. So if you were painting this with a really, and check this out, if that, and this is another reason why I wear black, because if I wear a light t-shirt, you're just going to be able to see that reflection of the light into your dark areas. So I'm painting and I'm reflecting and I'm making this area lighter compared to this area that is darker. It's kind of a crazy effect there. And if you have you know, I don't know, yellow t-shirt, so you're going to see it lighter and warmer, because you are actually reflecting a lot of warmth into it. So it's a crazy effect. And if you have it, you know, I'm exaggerating it right now, but you can definitely see it. You can definitely see it. You can see it with the brush, with the furl of the brush. I don't know if I don't think it's visible on the camera necessarily. Maybe a little bit. When I'm moving it, probably it's a little more visible. And that's what you're doing, because I'm painting right here. I'm close, and then I'm going away. I'm close, and then I'm going away. I'm going away. The values are not working. Why? Well, because when I'm right here, it's way lighter. So this is the reason why I don't wear a light clothes or colorful clothes when I'm working, because I need to get close to my painting, and I'm reflecting that color into my paint. So, but I want to, you know, that's just how it is, unfortunately, with clothes. If you're aware of it, there is no problem at all. So, right. So I would be in this stage forever, and I would start right now, you know, doing that kind of a. I would probably grab. I'll just show it to you. Just so you have a full idea about this kind of a technique of underpainting. I would grab like a softer, smaller brush. Doesn't not necessarily need to be small. But I'm not going to do this. I would just go and then maybe adjust the eye. a little bit more, right? So I will get the pigment down, and this is where the eye is going to be, right? So I will start, working on these details, and I'll be like, okay, this is where the dark for the eyebrow is. And these are really small adjustments, almost, almost invisible. And it would be, I would just put this here, a little bit adjustment. Then I would go here and I would just adjust this a little bit. And probably, I'm not sure, maybe Rembrandt went all the way here, especially with his early work. Probably he went. I would just go, okay, I have the corner where it changed the direction, the eyebrow, right? It's somewhere around here. And I would go with that, and I would just, take the diagonal and ask myself, okay, so there's another eyebrow right here. So I should probably push this a little bit more out. So I'll take the paper towel or another brush, and I would put this a little bit more towards here, right? Because I want a little bit more of that. I can see that there is a little bit more, it's breaking somewhere here. Yeah, you absolutely. You can wear whatever you want. It's not a problem. I just, like I said, I want every material works for me, not against me. And I know that when it's summer, you can't really wear dark clothes. You're absolutely right. That's crazy. I know it's crazy. I know it is crazy. I'm still doing it. I'm sorry. I'm still doing it. I mean, sometimes you see me in a white T-shirt. That, of course. But I'm not going to paint. I know that I'm not going to paint, right? So, but the moment that I'm going to paint, I'm trying to be in the dark. Because you can buy right now these dark, kind of a sports T-shirt. That are, for athletes. So I'm using those. So I'm looking at this diagonal. Going right here. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just showing how to use the small brush, and I kept it. So that's what I would do. But that's not what I want to do right now. What I want to do right now is just simply going into there with a pigment. And I'm not going to be afraid. I'm just going to grab like this big, like a thick fan brush that I can spread all the way here, and I'm just gonna paint, and I'm gonna mix. I don't know. I'm gonna go with white. I'm gonna go with a little bit of and off we go with painting. And I'm not really mixing the pigment on the I need a little cooler area right here, and then I can just slowly tap this in, and it's just going to dissolve into that this is the lighter area, or the lightest right here, so I'm just going to go there with the brush. And I don't really care, what's happening. I don't. Let's put the like really red part, just that's okay. It's fine. This is a bad painting Friday. Who cares? I see a little more redness on the nose, so I'm just going to put the red there. Don't care. I'm like a Bob Ross right now. I'm just, a little happy tree, and then look, like the little tree right here. Except it's not tree, it's a face. Well, but I'm still thinking about the shape, right? I'm just making it a little less. And I'm asking myself right now, does it work or is it not? And this is another stage that I would stay forever. And I know that, you know, my beard should go a little lower, even more here, right? And then I'll be like, okay, it needs to go. And this is what I saw in the Rembrandt when I look in this unfinished. So there's a light value, or Velasquez even better. So there is a light value there. So I pushed with the white pigment. And I was thinking, like, why did they putting the white pigments there? Well, because that's the light spot, and he's going to keep it there. He's thinking maybe perhaps about the brushstroke, about the form, because right now I place the brushstroke, I push it this way, so it's going to show the form going that way. Well, I can change the direction of the brushstrokes because I want it to be like it's copying the form, so I'm just pushing it this way right now. So I'll just place it like so, but still light. And next time when I'm going with the pigment, perhaps I wanted to make it a little bit more orangey. Well, so I'm just going to orangey or yellowish. So I'm just going to grab yellow and I'm just going to go into that white, and they're mixing together immediately because I know that there is paint underneath there. And I go, okay, it needs to go lighter. So I'm not going to mix the light color. I'm just going to bring a little bit more white, and I'm just going to place the white there so it's lighter. But it's a lighter, but it's still simultaneously there is a little bit of that yellow there as well. So I'm not really worried about anything. See? And I'll be like, oh, this is way too light because I know the lightest spot is right here. So if I place something so light right here, I'm going to break that illusion that this is the closest to us, this is the focal point. So atmospheric perspective, this needs to be lighter. I have multiple options what to do with it. I can leave it there. I can scrape it with the palette knife, or I can just go and grab a little bit of darker value, and I'm just going to place into it. And a little warmer. And it was really full blown. There was full blown yellow there, right? So I have a yellow on the brush. But because I'm mixing it with already existing pigment right there, they're not mixing together. So this is not necessarily the kind of a alla prima feel to it. So I'm getting a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of red, because I want to go right here into these darker areas, and then that's too light, so I'm going to go with the light, and I will just develop it this way, slowly. I see that there is from the nose there is going to be, because I'm looking on that, you know, what is it? Google Art project, or Google, they call it Google Arts and Culture right now. It was a Google Art project, I think. And I see that in that there was a lot of yellow right here, that really just a lot of that yellow pigment. So I'm just going to put it there, straight yellow. But it's never going to be straight yellow like from the tube, yellow ochre, because I already have a pigment there. So it's mixing together. And imagine I would leave it like this and I'll come tomorrow. So some part of the paint is sticking out. I would then adjust these perhaps a little bit so they're not that, you know, they're not sticking out that much. And I would just go, you know, with really just having fun right here, not caring a world, not caring about the world at all. And I see that I'm just gonna grab this red because I need that red, and I see that there's just like a redness in his cheek, so I'm just pure red, vermilion, and then I see that there is a little slightly turned to orange into the nose, up here into the corner, like so. And I'm correcting right now this. And I see that I have a lighter value as well right here underneath the nose. And then I have a little lighter value here where the mouth is and a little redder. And I'm just, I'm just enjoying myself right now. And I'm not saying that this is a perfect Rembrandt painting or Rembrandt copy, but I am painting light right now. I don't care about the shadow because shadow is all one mass. And that's it. This is all I'm doing. And I would start adjusting it more and more right now. So I might get, a little bit more creative. So that's the upper lid, right? And then I have a slightly lighter area right here, just a little bit, just a touch. And then I would go, okay, so I need to go a little cooler. I would probably change the brush because it's difficult to make the cooler versions. I know that there is a nose that it's really light right here, so I'm just going to put a lighter value there. So there is a lighter value. I know that I have a lighter value right here, there. And there's a little bit right here on the lip. And I need even more right here. And then I see a little bit more here. Right? And I'm still trying to keep the same shape that I created there. I'll just, adjusting it a little bit more. But I have to point out that this technique is, I wouldn't recommend this to someone who is just starting to paint, because I am heavily relying what I'm doing right now on the fact that I am not afraid of using a thick paint and really press the brush down. I am not at all. And I know that from my own experience, when I was, starting to paint, I paint with really thin paint. My whole painting was done with the thickness of the underpainting that I was doing. That was it. That was it. His nose is redder, so I'm just going to put a red accent there because. And then I'm going to grab a little bit of light, so there's the light right on the nose. All this is going to be corrected, but I just need to place it there to start to see how far I can go. And then again, I could go and really slowly tap this into the corner, and because I have a little bit of light there, it's going to turn in. Dragging a little bit. Some areas I'm leaving that edge unresolved because I wanted to start also thinking about these edges. Some edges are really, really soft and almost going into that kind of a, how would you call it, into lost edge. That's what I'm looking for. And then some areas are like where the hair is, just like it's uneven, unperfect transition, but you still wanted to create like a soft, smooth transition. So, and this is the stage where I would work right now, and I'm going to, because this is fun. But since this is something that I need to do with my painting, I am really exploring the possibility and how far I can push the paint. Instead of having, I don't know if that's, maybe I can zoom on it a little closer. And I apologize for this, because this might really destroy the... So you can see right now the texture that is there, hopefully a little better. There is really a thick paint laying down. And I would probably leave it as it is right now if I wanted to keep this effect of brush strokes and start changing things around. That means that I would right now rather wait till it sits a little bit, so the pigment, it's kind of a, I can mold that paint rather than just using it as a liquid medium, more as a soft clay. And it's already soft because I squeeze the paints on the canvas, and I can tell that, and maybe I can even zoom a little bit better on that. I'm sorry for the movement with the camera right now, but in the top corner, I'm showing the pigments right now, and I don't know if this is visible. Let me move it this way. When you look at the black one right now, the very dark one, you can see the little rim of a darker value around it. That's the oil being like absorbed by the canvas, right? So this is something that this canvas is doing already. So the oil is going away, the pigment is starting to be a little bit more like a clay rather than just pigment, and I'm just going to really get down with the business, you know, and just kind of create the relief, like bas relief, rather than just you know, just the painting, right? So, and you can, you know, I'm just going to move the camera back so you can see that there is really thick pigment, really thickly applied to a canvas. I don't know if I can zoom it even more, maybe, so you have a better idea what I'm talking about, right? This is not Rembrandt or you know, the exact copy of a Rembrandt, but I didn't mix any pigments. You can see I just pick up the straight pigment from the palette, and I just applied one pigment on top of another, and they're just mixing together. Instead of mixing and mixing and mixing, and you are kind of losing that, a freshness of a beautiful pigment. Right? And I apologize for the camera that is shaking, but I don't have, you know, that perfect streamer setup that will give me a perfect, you know, like a click of a button to switch to a different camera modes. But it, you know, like I said, I'm a painter, you are painters. I hope that you guys understand. But then, you know, look how thick it is, how really defined, like how a big difference is between these brush strokes, right? And as I'm going to zoom out, they're just going to blend together, right? As I'm slowly zooming out, so you can see the whole thing. Some of them are really blending together. So this is where I'm standing, or where I'm looking at from, and it's not working here right now at this point, right? So I see that, you know, that the side, especially for where the mouth is and chin is, it's a little too light right now. It's a little too light. That it's breaking that form. It's making it a little too. How would I put this? Because I did not create that feeling of not only atmospheric perspective, but also the fact that fact that this is a top form right here, so this has to be lightest point, right? So this needs to be darker. And when you look at that portrait, even though it doesn't seem it's darker, because Rembrandt is doing a great thing, he surrounded this with the darker values, so all of this can go darker because it's not connected to this. The transition from this light slowly smooth and create all these imperfections with the skin going all the way here, it's really demanding in terms of like you really have to understand your values and the gradations to get to that point that you can just, you know, go from light to dark. I don't want to say naturally, but, you know, with ease. And this is the fun part, right? This is really fun. I didn't do it. Did you see me paint? No, I didn't even paint anything. I just grabbed the pigments and I just throw them on the canvas. But there is hours upon hours of experiments and mistakes that I made, and a lot of information and knowledge that I have about portrait to go so bold, because I'm not afraid of doing these mistakes, because these are not even the mistakes. I just lay down the foundation, and if I do not like this foundation, just for me there's like no reason to move forward. This is where the magic happens. This is where you can be free. This is the stage where you can experiment and do whatever you want, because first of all, it's a copy. And the second of all, no one sees you. No one's going to be there. You don't need to show it to anybody. So don't push or don't put yourself into such a pressure of trying to do a accurate sketch of your face when it's a small, I don't know, 2x3 size, like 3 centimeters by 2 centimeters, right? It's just you are then putting restraints on yourself that are not needed at this point. That's probably the best way to not the best way. I'm just going to read your comment. I did that with digital, but the thought of oil paints and supply cost stopped me there. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's what's stopping you to go there, because you are realizing that one tube of paint, vermilion, cost 20, 25, 30 euros. And, you know, this is a throwaway stuff, right? No one's going to buy this. No one is ever going to see this. No one should ever even pay attention to this, because this is just fun, like exercise. And thinking about that you're going to spend 100 euros on fun exercise with the pigments that you're going to scrape and throw away, it's ridiculous, especially these days. I understand that. I completely understand that. Do you know why I understand that? Because I am there. I am there. I am fully realizing that, you know, that one squeeze of vermilion was 10 euros immediately that I squeezed it. It hurt my heart. I was like, oh, you know, it's just, it is what it is. I know, and I'm making fun of it, but this is a bad painting Friday. Bad painting Friday is going to cost you money, unfortunately, you know, because it's like, it's a waste. It's a waste. But here's the thing, there is no other way. You can't really learn this digitally. I wish I could. You can't learn this with watercolors. You can't learn this. Well, perhaps what you could do, instead of going here and using vermilion And that's what I did. It's just doing these, but monochromatic. Just get a cheap titanium white and get cheap umber. And get cheap, I don't know, maybe yellow ochre. There is no really, there is no other way that I know of to get through this without just really squeezing that paint, forgetting how much it cost, and just maybe there's a, I don't know. Well, I like to mix, you know, I don't like to mix, add the additives and other stuff into my paints, because it changed that chemical structure and bonding and all other stuff. So I don't use these extenders, or you know, you have a paint and then you add something into it to make it more of that paint, of that pigment. The only thing that I use is that, you know, kind of a, I think they call it Velasquez medium, but Rembrandt used it as well, I'm pretty sure. And that's that, let me see if I can find it. It's like an oil painting medium that I use, but you can use it also as an extender. You can mix it at home, and it's just a, it's like a ground calcite with, what is it, with oil, right? So, and it has the kind of a, it's like a gypsum or plaster. You can mix it with water and you create a plaster that, like a plaster cast when you break your, they don't use it anymore, I guess, but before they used to use it when you broke your arm to fix it. But if you mix it with oil, you can add it to your pigment. Or you can buy it through, through the different companies. But this is like a oil painting medium that it helps you to paint impasto. It's gonna make your paint a little chunkier, and it's going to create these strings when you're pulling a paint or dragging a paint brush over the canvas. It's just kind of going to spread the pigments into these kind of a I don't know, like that. I have to show it to you because I don't think I can really describe that effect, but it's really awesome to work with it. But then again, you can use it for underpainting, for building up the base for your painting, because that calcite is it's a transparent when mixed with oil. You can't even see it mixed into the pigments. It's just going to disappear. But then you're adding a less pigment on the canvas, and the more sunlight, excuse me, the more sunlight it's going to get a little bit more yellow, and it's going to get more transparent over time. Yeah, I'm gonna prep a little bit, and I'm going to show it to you what I mean. Just give me a second, then I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get it. It's gonna take like 2, 3, 5 minutes perhaps. I'll be right back. Okay, this is a lucky day. I found one that is already pre-mixed, so I'm just going to put it there. So for those of you who are just watching and not are not being interested in actual text in the chat, I just squeezed a little bit of a medium. They call it Velasquez medium, but you know a lot of other painters used it, and it's a ground calcite with linseed oil, but it's not the linseed oil that is from just a regular one. It's one that they call it either. You can find it as a boiled, I guess, boiled linseed oil. It's like it has a thicker consistency. I don't know if this is going to be visible, but it's more like a honey. I think it also it's also they call it stand oil. It's a different chemical process, slightly different chemical process, right? So it's like a honey. It's like a wax. So yeah, there's a difference between stand oil and boiled linseed oil, I think, because they have a slightly different. I mean, the idea is the same, but I think that there is a difference between the chemical process or the creating that. Right. So we have something like this, and let me wipe this. So I just want to show you what that kind of a medium does. I said that I'm going to prepare it because you can do it at home. I use that ground calcite. You can buy it in the store. You can order it. That's why I said. But then you have to mix it yourself. There is another thing. You can find different recipes how to do this, but there is also a. I don't remember right now. I can't from the top of my head the name for it. But you can mix this plus egg yolk, and it's called. Oh, I'm forgetting that. It's gonna come to me because it has a that kind of a medium has a specific, not a specific name, but. That idea, yeah, it has a name. I'm blanking the name for that. So anyway, what I'm trying to demonstrate right now, I'm just going to grab my palette for a second. So bear with me. I'm going to grab a palette knife. It's easier. So, I don't know if this is going to be better visible. I don't know. Maybe, perhaps. Okay, all right. So I'm just going to grab that medium. That's a lot of a medium there, but I just want to show you that how it works. So I probably wouldn't use that much. And I'm going into the expensive vermilion, and I'm going to mix it in. And you can immediately see. This is the effect. I don't know if this is actually impossible to see. So this is the effect that is happening. It's making these strings that when you pull, you're creating these interesting brush strokes and valleys and peaks. And it's even better when you have I just trying to demonstrate it. This is what means that paint is long. I don't know if it's visible. But this is probably the best way to see it. So you're looking at the paint right now, and you see how it's creating these strings right? And then if you are really good with what you're doing, you can actually place the string, and you can see these strings in the Rembrandt's paintings. They have a thickness, they have a width, and it's difficult to show, but you can experiment this at home with this at home, and the paint, you see, like paint stays in that kind of a weird shape. So you were sculpting with that paint, and you were doing these adjustments. So you're having fun with and you can see that it's slightly different. It's a little lighter because still, you know, it's just the way how it works, but it's kind of a fun effect at the beginning, and then, you know, when you start overdoing it, then it's just gonna turn into a mess. Trust me. How do I know that? Well, you know. Bad painting Fridays might be new to you. They're not new to me. Trust me. It's just at the beginning of my painting. I remember there was only bad painting, no Friday, bad painting every day. So you can experiment with these different mediums, and this is not the only one. You can go to the store and you have I don't want to name any brands because I don't want to push you to any to certain direction. You can go to your local art supply store if there is some around you, and they will definitely have a different kind of painting mediums. It's just make sure that your painting medium is, well, let's say that I am, because you can buy pigments, and we are in the technical realm right now. You can buy pigments that are mixed with linseed oil. You can buy pigments that are mixed with walnut oil, for example, or different types of oils. So I don't mix, linseed oil pigments with walnut oil pigments. I'm trying to keep them, you know, if I'm working with linseed oil, I'm strictly using linseed oil. So this medium, it's a linseed oil with that calcite. You can also get walnut oil with that calcite mix, but then I would tell you that, you know, use the pigments that are using walnut oil as a mixture rather than linseed oil. I don't know how big of a deal it is, but I was scared by, you know, by restaurators that you don't do that ever. How dare you to mix these things willy-nilly, or what's the proper expression? So I kind of stopped doing that. Yeah, they will hate you. Oh, they hate me so much. Like, can you imagine? Like, I'm painting on some random board that went through ages of abusement, right? And you know, I don't think that that's such a big deal. I think that there is well, it is a big deal because they have a different drying times, right? So, really, if you're trying to, you know, sell your paintings to a museum, they would be really angry with you. They wouldn't purchase it because for them that's an investment, you know, into you know, future exhibitions. And you know, if the painting after 2 or 3 years starts falling apart, that's a bad sign for them. Right, so they might give you a call and be like, well, here's the thing, your paint is falling apart, fix it. And you'll be like, well, no, thank you. I don't want to fix it because I don't have time for fixing stuff that you're not going to pay me for. It's just, it's too much time. So yeah, I would be really, I would be, like I said, I go cheap with brushes. That's, yes. But canvas and the pigment, I go professional grade or the highest grade I can get. But for bad painting Friday, oh come on, man, we can do whatever we want. And then let restorators work a little bit, right? So what are they going to do 50 years from now? What are they going to, well, they need their job, so I'm providing a job for them, so looking at it from another side. So I'm creating, opportunities for other restorators. There is a definitely difference. Well, when we think about the linseed oil and the walnut oil, yes, linseed oil goes a little bit more towards the yellowish over time, more than walnut oil. Also, when you mix it into pigments over time, walnut oil is going to be a little bit more neutral, but it has a different drying time, which is, I think that's the bigger problem than different shades of yellows over time. Well, of course, that both are a problem, but for me as a painter, the bigger problem is the fact that the layers that I'm applying on top of the canvas are going to fall away, rather than just they're going to be discolored. And then, like you mentioned, yeah, do your own research on this. Don't listen to me because this is a chemistry. I'm not a chemist. I wish I am. I wish I would, but I'm not. You can use alkyds, yes, of course. You can use alkyd paint as well. There is like I said, there is a plenty different materials, and my recommendation would be the more information that you can get about the pigments from the manufacturer, safer you are in the long run. Because there is a plenty of manufacturers that they don't give you these information. So I'll go for a pigment and the companies that they provide the full a full background, where the paints are from, pigments, where do they get the pigments from, what process are they mixing it, what additives are in that mixture. Ideal scenario, it's always one pigment and one medium. That means that I don't know, when we're thinking about you definitely saw labels on pigments, right? Every one of us saw those labels. I don't know if you're paying attention to them, but I do, and it's very important for me to think about these things. So when I'm looking at my titanium white, you can grab your titanium white and you can check it, right? And there is, I have a titanium white in my hand, and there is a pigment code for it. It's PW6. So if I see PW6, I know that it's a titanium white. Most of the titanium whites these days are mixtures of PW6 and PW8, I believe. Let me check. I might have some yellows that they are mixtures of two pigments. I might not, because I stopped buying this kind of pigments. The reason why they are doing it, it's interesting actually. I think I'm right with that PW. No, it's a PW6 and PW4. So if you see PW6 and PW4, that means there is a mixture of some other pigment. PW4, if I'm not mistaken, it's zinc white. That's like a cheaper alternative. I would, if there is one thing that I want to talk about when it comes to paint and what I would never buy and never paint with, it's a zinc white. So I would be, I would be aware of these things, and this is, this is about your own experiment, something that you like. Well, I don't want to paint with zinc white, not because I don't like that paint. It's pretty cool. It's transparent. It kind of behaves like a lead paint a little bit, and I think that was the idea behind the zinc white, to be the alternative to a cheap alternative to lead white. But it's unstable in terms of we don't know anything about the pigment that we know right now, and restorators are really annoyed with that, because it just doesn't bond with other pigments. It flakes, it crackles, and your painting just falls apart because of that lead white, zinc white, if you use it a lot. So they found out that if they mix it with the titanium white, they kind of offset that, pure zinc white unstable bonding process. But still, I don't know. I've been using PW6, PW4 mixtures for 10 years, and I didn't know about that, and then I just properly started to examine these pigments, these colors, and it's a completely different pigment. And I saw what's happening with with paintings that they have a zinc white. I saw them in the museums, and I have a lot of friends that they studied in restorator departments, and I went to a different, lectures, and it's crazy. It's crazy. So, all right. So I've been always, of course, but I again talk way too much that I should. I'm feeling that this is more like a podcast than the painting. Bad painting podcast Friday. So I'm just going to keep working. But, coming back to these ideas, and, thinking about what to do next, I would really start right now working a little smaller, but since I don't have a smaller brush and I can use only a big brush, I'm going to use a big brush. So I'm just going to use this fan brush. It has to work. So. I want to load the brush again with the pigment. And I'm going to start, doing these, a little bit more deliberate brush strokes that's supposed to, help me with the. And I'm going to grab that long paint as well to see what's up. So I'm placing one brush strokes on top of another brush strokes. Continue with the big brush. Really thick paint, because why not? And I'm wiping away a lot of pigment as well into my paper towel, because every other mixture I want to keep it like a pure pigment, right? So I want to continue with that. So I have a little bit of this yellow ochre, a little bit of that around the nose. That might be a little too much and a little too thick. So never mind, I can just lift it, and I still have a little bit of stain there. And this is about that bravura with the brush that you, and I'm not saying that I am that person, but I'm looking at the Rembrandt right now, and you can see that these brushstrokes are not random. It's not like I'm painting a fence on my, on next to I don't know, driveway to my home, right? So, and I'm gonna go a little bit with this. Oh, that was too much. Okay. Well, that's what happens when you don't clean your brush. Because I want to do a little transition here. So that immediately it reads as a blue. I'm wiping my brush again and going there with a little bit of yellow ochre. A little bit more. A little bit of red. There's a cheek there, and when it combines with black, it's going to go optically. It's going to go more into that darker, desaturated value that I need around here as it goes down and disappears into a beard. So I want to create a transition. I'm going from light to dark, and I need to hit it with a lighter value right here. So I'm going into that red with the white a little bit more. That's too much, of course. Okay, if it's too much, so let's just maybe, it should be a little more purplish or more rose. So I'm picking the brush, and I have a really a red pigment there, and I'm going to push it with the red pigment, and this is how I'm going to go over the whole painting. And I'm trying to model the form, but I'm also trying to model the pigment that I have there. This is too much, so I'm just looking at the different direction. And you're creating these really nice kind of a, and again, I can zoom into it as well if you wish to see it a little better, and show you that, where's my paper towel? Where are my paper towels? Here. There is that long red paint, a little bit of that black, a little bit of that red, a little more of that red, and I want to do the eye socket, a little bit of that eye socket, right? Okay, a little lighter perhaps. And then I have a little bit of here. Cool. And then I should probably push a little bit of that brow. It's a little thicker here, so I'm pushing it a little thicker. It's a black pigment. I'm wiping my brush again. You can see it. There's a lot of pigment that's just going to go away because of this, and I just put a little yellow there. That's too much, so I'm going to get into that black and push it. So I created these. Immediately I created not only a eyebrow, but the texture of the eyebrow. Is it the correct one? I don't know, and I don't care at this point. Right, so I have, and not that you shouldn't, but this is not about that, right? So the paint is, I'm thinking about this in terms of, like a little bit of like a watercolors, where you have a lot of lot of pain that it's doing. There's a little softer because it softens there. And I'm going with a little rose. Pigment right here, maybe even lighter. But ideally with this technique, well, I'm not really good at it, but if you're really, really good, you just place that brush stroke and that's it. No more working on that anymore. But unfortunately, I'm not that guy. A little bit right here. That darker pigment. Right here, so it should go darker. Cool. And then again a little lighter. And I see a connection right here, just a really soft connection. Where that mouth is right there. Wow, this is almost, it sucked all the oil away from there. Wow. Right now I want to do a little bit of that side right here. Kind of a hair sticking out there. There is a little darker value here. There's a little bit of here, and then it goes here, like that eye, and then I have a little bit here where the nostrils are, more on this side. And then there's a little sliver of light right here where that other eye is. So I'm just going to slightly hit it there. And I'm slowly correcting and enjoying this painting. And you can, you can kind of starting to feel what's happening with that painting. And right now, instead of maybe, going further with the face, I'm going to work a little bit with that background, because that's what bothers me right now a lot, actually. And not because it's bad, it's wrong, but when I'm looking at the overall, like I need the little lighter values right here so I can judge the size of the face properly, because I think that I made this too big. I think, I'm not sure. I might have. Paper towels, and since I had brush that was loaded, the fan brush that was loaded with pigment, I'm just going to do what Bob Ross loved so much. I'm going to clean the brush. He uses that bucket and then kind of it's really funny. It's just it's a weird thing. So I need to, right now I need to clean the brush because I want to work, excuse me, I want to work more, not with a thick paint, but with a thin paint. Because thick paint I reserve for, so I'm wiping it. So I reserved my thick paint for portrait, and it's just because I want that to be, like I was talking about that relief, not relief, relief, how do I say? I have to check how to pronounce that, I'm not sure. So I'm gonna work a little bit here right now. So I'm gonna grab a little bit of my medium. I'm gonna grab the kind of a cooler version, a same value type of deal. Oops, a little too much of a medium. No worries. And I'm not just painting a background right now. I'm also sculpting the outside shape of the portrait. So I see that there is a little bit of kind of a going inside right here, and then there is a head right this way. I think that that's the right. And I'm just following that kind of a light patch that I was talking about, that's kind of a helping that diagonal. And I'm not painting it because I want to have necessary like a cool background type of deal. This is more about me adjusting that outside shape. And I have the same right here. I'm stepping back a little bit, and can you see that it's starting to actually resemble that kind of a that kind of a portrait, that tilt a little bit. I have that, the background is starting to show slowly, and I don't need to do much to actually take this to a kind of a nice study that, maybe a little bit more of this. And since my portrait my focal point is warm, my shadows are going to be warm, I'm keeping this slightly cooler. Oh, when I say cooler, in this case I mean neutral. But it's cooler because of that contrast. And then his shoulder, it's all the way where the chin is, right here. And then there is a head right here, and it's going this way. And this way, this way. And I'm not covering everything, I'm just having fun with it. I'm just going to pick up a little bit of this. I see a little bit of warmth on the top here where he's... And I'm using that underpainting as well, right? So I'm just going to push the diagonal. And I'm keeping myself here. This is where I want to be. This is my bread and butter right now when it comes to designing and having fun, right? So I'm going to add a little bit of lighter value into that warmth so it's not disconnected completely, and I'm going to push that diagonal in my composition with my background, right? So I'm going to really push it right now. I'm creating that kind of a, we would call this a vignette effect, I guess, I'm not sure. But the important part for me is that I'm actually, creating really interesting diagonal that gives a little bit more dynamic feel to this painting. I can hit it like maybe a little bit here with that. Maybe not, I don't even need, oops, I am sorry, I'm just hitting things left and right here. And it goes a little bit more down, like so. It's right here. And then there's a little bit of, again, I have this shoulder that it's right here that goes into that. Into that right here. And then another corner of the mouth that it's here, that it's another shoulder. Okay. Oh, oops. So even the shoulders are in that angle because Rembrandt is doing everything that he can to help you as a viewer, with that dynamic feel to it. And again, none of these edges are sharp. Well, you might think about that sharp edge on the top right now, but think about this. I know that the sharp edge is not going to be as sharp because I used very thin paint. It appears sharp right now because the paint is not dry. When it dries, the layers are going to connect because the underpainting, the darkness underneath, is going to show through. So I'm operating also with this idea slightly. So same thing I can go and do with the shadow that is right now that is part of this right here, because it's really, really dark. And in Rembrandt's painting, this is not dark, it's light. So I'm going to grab a little bit of this yellow, a little bit of that amber, but a lot of yellow. A little bit of red, and I'm trying to mix. Is this the one? Let me see. Yep, okay. And I'm going to paint the reflected light a little bit here. A little more of pigment. Warmer. Cool, that's the one. Yep. It's going to be lighter. And I'm being careful a little bit right now, a little bit more, because I want to be really just I want to make sure that this is a very soft, kind of a transparent layer. So since it's transparent, it's going to get that depth of field. So I'm just pushing it a little bit more towards the light, and I can go even lighter in the shadow, believe it or not, because there is a reflected light here a little bit. It's reflecting from that. from that that was a mistake because you shouldn't go there with white from that wall. Symmetry. And since I'm warming this side, right, I'm still keeping, I'm not going all the way to the edges only because I have that darker value there, and that's going to give me natural kind of a feel of that what's the word? Terminator edge. Adding a little bit more of that beard right here, because it kind of, I felt that it needs a little bit more beard, and it should be a little warmer, just a tiny bit warmer. I'm correcting that side. I'm looking for these symmetries. Then that is a really warm. Let me use this a little bit. Dark value here where his beard is. Yep. And this is almost invisible, but that's okay because that's the softness that I'm looking at. And here I don't want to have that texture because this should mimic the underpainting. And if it's mimicking the underpainting, you're gonna read like that it's in that shadow. It feels like it has a depth of that transparency. And you can tell that, I made lighter that strand of hair there above his ear. Above his ear and above his. So this is right here. So I'm just gonna go straight with the red here for his ear. This is what I was talking about. This is way too light. It needs to be darker. So this is something that you really, and then when you look, I don't know if it's visible on the camera, but since I always mixed, I took the same, I'm always grabbing every pigment that I have on the palette. I don't know why, it's just probably just a habit. But varying the percentage of, of these, I have only 4 options, so it's not that big of a deal, right? Like you can choose from 4 pigments. Two of them are light and 2 of them are dark, so it's not really an issue. So I'm just going to push it even. I'm just going to grab that vermilion right now because it's really warm. And it's going to give a little bit of the yellow ochre because I want to go into that. I want that orangey and maybe a little bit of this. Okay. Maybe even lighter. Let's go with this. I don't want to go into white because I don't want to make it. I want to use as much chroma as I humanly can with these pigments because I don't have a cadmium. So I can't really go with white because I'm going to lose chroma immediately. And not only am I going to lose chroma, I'm also going to lose that warmth that I need for these shadows. So when you paint, and you are looking at the Rembrandt's work, and you are thinking that, oh, he just, it's just a underpainting that's going through the shadows. No, it isn't. He painted into those shadows, especially on the portrait, because he was correcting the proportions. He was correcting a width, and he was trying to get likeness. You can get into these and you can see it. And I saw it only after I was doing that master copy. It happens to be obvious that he painted into the shadows a lot. Actually, there was a thick paint. It was smooth, but it was a thick layer. Problem is that I'm scraping the underlayer because it's very slippery surface, so the pigment is not really grabbing. That's why I prefer to use slightly better canvases, slightly better, not slightly better, slightly heavier with a little bit more of tooth. Or I would like to wait till it dries, so I'm not, because it's difficult to glaze on top of a thin layer of wash. It's just while it's wet, because you are not layering, you're picking up the underlayer. And as you can see, I am mostly in that warm territory, because I like to work with layers, and a little bit of light right there, but needs to be lighter on the top right here. Oh, that's okay. Don't even worry. That's just, I understand what it is when you zoned in. So I need to push this a little bit. Yep, the ear, and okay, I see. Okay, so I know that I said that I'm not going to use a smaller brush, but I have to correct. I have to correct the a little bit. there's a little darker value underneath here, right here. Which is only here, and then it blends into the background. Okay, so it blends into the background. Then I have that sliver of light, which looks really, really bright, but it's it's not the bright, it's a really dark value. This might be way too light actually. But it's right here. Remember I was talking about that little sliver of light. Yeah, that's the one. And this is an important compositional element as well, because it's kind of nicely balanced, you know, kind of you're framing that portrait. And it's a little bit of interest there, because Rembrandt created something interesting here, but you know, he usually needs something on the neck, so you get that visual clue. Oh, this is where the beard ends. Oh, this is where the collar is. Okay, so the shoulders are here. All right, thank you, got it. Next. So there's that, and then we have that darker value right after, right here. That's going right here. That's where the beard is. And you don't see the distinction with the beard. The only thing that you see, it's the warm against cool kind of area. So that the warmth, that will be probably the underpainting. And if you don't have that underpainting, I'm just going to go there with my cadmium. I'm going to paint there with my cadmium. Slightly lighter right here, just a touch. Where the upper lip is, because usually we think about the upper lip as being in the shadow, but it isn't. The shadow is only this part right here. This is all soft turn and roll of the form right here. And I'm trying to sculpt that eye there, just a little bit. Right, and there will be a lighter value. Just a little bit. Right here as well. And then this should go darker and greener. And softer. That's the hair part, so I'm just going to correct it because I made it way too light. It's going all the way here, and it's And I have to make sure that I keep that. And I'm looking at that and I have to stay, oops, I'm sorry, I hit the camera. And I have to keep this going this direction. So I'm trying to straighten it. I'm trying to keep him straight and he's not straight. He needs to have that diagonal there. So this needs to go this way. Right, immediately better. Immediately better. And then there is a little bit of hair right here that is sticking out. So let's put it there. There is a little hair that's slightly warmer. It seems like that was that underpainting part right here. And here as well. That's that hat. I'm gonna deal with that later. Oops. There's that shadow for the nose. It's going in, and then there is a slight sliver of the darker value that goes in right here. That's where the nose is. So that gives us that direction. Then lighter value right here. That's the top of the form right here. And this would be darker. So I'm trying to shape that nose a little bit more accurately. Right, and we would have to use this right here a little bit to connect that. And then a little better right here, because there's going to be a nose sticking out right there. Okay. And upper lid, this can stay this way, and this needs to go a little lighter. So I'm just really playing and having fun with this right now at this point. Just there are not necessarily mistakes, it's just, having fun. And he looks a little too desaturated again, because that's the way how I like to paint. I like to, restrain myself from that. Plus, it's really, these pigments are, this canvas is really, really, really pushing that, that feeling of, that it's really absorbent. It's extremely absorbent. So that's what's happening right now. And then I see that visually I have here like this straight line, not even a straight line, the value that goes from here to here. So I'm just going to grab the brush and I'm going to hit it this way to break that a little bit with a different value. Darker. A little bit. Deserves a little bit of that here as well, on the top, up on the top, right here, just a little bit lighter. And it goes, and then it hits here on the top. It hits here on the top. And I need a dark value. Cool, nice, a little warmer. so that's the eye, that's the corner of the eye. This is a softer transition right here. There's this. This needs to go a little more higher up. A little more higher up. The eyebrow was way too low. Okay, and that might have been pushing my eye a little too much down. I need a darker value right now to push the eye a little bit higher up, to make it a little bigger. There's no sharp edge there at all whatsoever. I'm really working with a really soft edges. And it's almost impossible to work with the hard edge if you have so much paint on the canvas already. All right, so I'm zeroing in on that shape of that of that eye. I'm just having fun. There's no pressure, no anything. Plus it's Friday, it's cool, relaxing time for some, and struggle with brush and paint for others. So I see that this okay, we need a little bit more of that yellow ochre, obviously, because I go through yellow ochre like no one else. And I'm really, like, at this stage, I am, like I said, you from the beginning, and if there's someone who is just joining left and right, and because I know that with stream people come and go, mostly don't come, and especially with the boring video like this is. But what I wanted to say is that I did not put the one line down. One line. Everything is just really just having fun with paint, and trusting that paint is going to solve these problems, or painting skills is going to solve this problem. It's not always the case. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to lie to you. This is not that I don't. I think that drawing is important, extremely important, but I also have to think about, I remember that I was really disappointed when I switched from drawing to painting, because I don't consider them the same. And this might be really controversial, but I don't. How I think about painting, how I think about drawing is just drawing is something that helps me to organize my thoughts, rather than just, I'm not using it necessarily as a tool in terms when I paint, like kind of a literal meaning of drawing, that I have to draw the hand. And that's what I think that is really a hard time. I had a hard time, I'm going to talk about myself, I had really hard time to move out of that comfort zone of line, because I was practicing that line, and I was practicing these drawings and trying to get that precision down. But then when you go to painting and you start drawing with lines, it turned to a coloring book for me, and the painting looked like a coloring book. Unfortunately, it really did. I'm going to correct this a little bit. Kind of a was way too saturated part right there. Let's hit it with a little bit more of that redness, because we lost the redness in the cheek. So there we go, redness in the cheek. So I load the brush, I placed it, and I wiped it away. So I'm not going to get espresso today. Just softening it a little bit. Just having fun. And then this part is too light, so let me just push it into that little darker value. A little less saturated, kind of a pinkish neutral pigment right here that goes all the way here into the nose, and it almost meets right here. That's that eyebrow, and I'm gonna go straight into yellow ochre just to punch that saturation, because that's what I need there. Cool. A little bit of that. And it goes a little bit more up, so I'm just going to tap it there. Oops. So like the softest transition that I can think of. It almost feels like it does not belong to this painting, because everything is really thick and rough. Okay, so I can right now go ahead and again mix a little bit more of the pigment of the background. I want to lay down a little thicker and a little lighter, because I think that right now it's just too dark. A little more of a saturation there. Is this going to be too light? I think it is. Yeah. Cool. A little bit of this. I want to cool it a little bit, because I'm too warm around this area. That's fine, I'm not worried about that, but I want to cool it here a little bit. I see that kind of a these edges. It was like I was suspecting that, you know, the moment that it sinked in, the moment it sunk into that painting, actually. It just got darker, and I need to make it a little lighter there. So I pushed the diagonal. I'm trying to push the diagonal. That's what I'm doing. And so I'm just really playing with that a little bit. And then it's going to disappear slowly into that background. So, but again, I don't want to make, you know, a background more, you know, like too destructive. So when you look at Rembrandt's backgrounds, yes, there is a variation there, but it's never like a really hard edges anywhere in the face. So he totally avoids these things in background. There's even better, you know, kind of a feel to it, just to soften everything. You know, he's doing in the backgrounds what I do in the portraits, that I'm kind of mushing it together, just like these slow transitions, because, and that's what creates that kind of a random atmosphere, not random, atmospheric perspective, that it's, you know, that the wall is random. There's like a little imperfection in the wall, in the behind. It's just like I think that this is a best example of what, you know, that actually that the painters are, most of us, we're abstract painters, because this is all abstract painting. There is nothing, there is no line, there is nothing concrete. A portrait was not drawn in. It doesn't resemble him exactly right now, because it needs to be certain adjustments, but he's in the right position. And I'm sorry, but, you know, with the comparison, the painting looked a little too warm, but that's just because of, you know, the nature of a camera. I can't fix it. Plus, I'm pretty sure that you have a completely different monitors that I have, you know, and trying to, you have to see it. So rather than focusing on, you know, the actual temperatures, I would more focus on the values, if whether or not the values works when you're looking at what I do, right? Because when you think about it, this pigment right here that is next to my brush, it's way too light, but I'm putting it right here, and it's okay, right? So that's how different, because I use two different cameras, right? One is on the palette, and one is on the portrait. So I can't really judge these things accurately on the camera. That's why I don't even like to paint from the photograph. Another thing is I have a digital version, and then you have actually printed version, because both of them are perceived differently. Printed version, it's the light, it's being reflected from the surface that you're looking at, and digital version, the light is going from behind. So you have two different effects. So yeah. Plus I'm pushing these pigments, and I know why I'm pushing them, because of the surface. I already feel that surface is so absorbent, so extremely absorbent, that, you know, they're going to be really desaturated. The red is going to disappear, that ochre is going to disappear, not because it's not there, but because the oil, the binder, that is really that beautiful, nice kind of sheen that we see in the pigments, it's all going to be gone. And let me just maybe put it a little bit more. This is what Rembrandt does so well. You know, he pushed this diagonal, but then it looks too machine made, right? So it looks like it's done with the ruler. So he just pushed it a little bit here. He's just like, no, wait, I'm just going to trick these people that are looking at that. They're not even going to see that there is a diagonal there. Because I'm Rembrandt and I can do whatever I want. And they're going to, you know, be in awe. That's how I picture Rembrandt, how he's talking to himself, you know. So I'm taking that and really, really and searching for that lighter value here. And also, you know, by adding that lighter value here, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just showing where the hair is. And then I'm switching from that light value and I'm going into that kind of a darker mode. But I'm not going with pure black, never, because it's just going to be disaster. And I'm going to frame that. So, and then I'm going to push a little bit more of that shoulder right here. You like it? Oh, thank you. It's just, well, I don't know if it looks great. It's just that study is just having fun with the paint. It's a bed painting Friday, so I let loose. I didn't do any, you know, measurements. I just played with that one shape, and I was mostly talking about stuff. So I didn't even paint that much, and it doesn't even look that good in terms of, you know, comparing it to Rembrandt, right? But there is a lot of work. Rembrandt didn't spend 2-3 hours on it. He spent, I believe, maybe even 100. I don't know. That's what I think. That's what I think. Maybe less. That's too much. Well, it depends on the size, of course, right? So, plus, you know, it's just a fun exercise. You're asking me if it was grounded with gesso. It's some kind of acrylic, but it's an MDF board. So that MDF board behind it, or whatever it's called, I believe it's MDF board. It's extremely absorbent and porous. So no matter what you're gonna do, I would have to use really a thin coat, a layer of like that plasticky acrylic gesso that is really, I don't like that one. I use the similar, you know, if it's a rabbit skin glue, that's one thing. I probably use the rabbit skin glue, which is a great sealer, natural. But you know, if you use synthetic, then you wouldn't have that much of a well, how would I put this? Well, it starts with the surface that I chose, since this is really, I think it's MDF board. Let me see. I'm going to look from behind. Yep, I believe it's called MDF. It's just it is that it's I think that they made that it's made out of splinters that they are really ground to define kind of a powder, and then they're gluing it together, if I'm not mistaken. And it's really, really absorbent. It's extremely absorbent. Yes. You have, if you put the MDF board, and then, but the fact that this is most likely, when I'm looking at this right now, I'm thinking about that. It was MDF board that I used as a stretcher bar for canvases. Well, actually, because I like to have I used to paint on these MDF boards, but I would glue a canvas on top of it. So I have that, surface where I can push with the brush, and it's not going to, I'm not going to make a hole into a canvas. Also, when I'm pushing really hard with palette knife, or when I'm sanding down the surfaces, so it's not going to destroy and make a hole into a canvas. So that's what I used to do before. Then I used it for stretching paper. So I would just, wet the paper completely, so it's soaked into water. Then I would take it away, stretch it on this, staple it from behind. Same process as a canvas. Wait till it dries, so it's really nice and stretched, and then draw on top of it, or paint. You can then put the coats of gesso on that paper, and you have a great painting surface, which is also absorbent. And then when I was done with all of that, I probably used it as a palette for a bit. But as a palette for, I believe, for not for acrylic, not for gouache, for tempera, tempera painting, tempera pigments. And then I probably smeared everything right there and made them one continuous coat, or as close as I could. And then right now it's an oil paint on top of it. That's why it's so absorbent, because most of the stuff that was on this board, it's probably, porous, extremely porous. I can see the paint. It's almost dry. Well, it's not dry. I used a lot of medium, so the underpainting is really brittle. So you can wipe it away because there is no binder there. So, but it's okay. It's fun, and then I can turn it a little bit more towards the light, and you can see the difference more towards you, and it's catching light more and more, and you can see, you can start seeing these reflections there a little bit. See how bad it looks right now when it reflects. So you can see the patches of something that was there underneath around here, and this area right here. I don't know if there's you can see that some other type of surface was underneath that, because it's kind of, that the paint behaves differently, and it's not drying with the same rate. So if any of restorators seeing this, they're just gonna be, what in the name of Rembrandt is this guy doing here? But this is probably the best example of bad painting Friday. It's bad painting from the beginning till the end. So yes, there is a paper that is treated for oil painting. You're absolutely right, but I don't use that, and if I use it, I always do a coat of a gesso or two on top of it, just to be sure whether or not it works, whether or not it because it's like you said, it's very absorbent. But here's the thing: if you're doing like a really alla prima painting, impressionism, one brushstroke, it's enough, right? So having that kind of surface, it's amazing, because I place the brushstroke, and by the time I'm done with the painting, it's already dry, and I can put it into my pochade box or whatever, into my, or hold it in my hand, and that's okay. It's light, and it's, you can cut it, you can do, you can immediately, it actually, you can sell it immediately while you are painting it, right? So it has its advantages, but you really have to be a painter that kind of feels the brushstrokes, and you have to be, how would I put this? You have to convince me that these brushstrokes are bravura brushstrokes, and they're really in the right place. It goes against what you like about oil paint. Yes, perhaps. And maybe you're just going to, that's what happens to me. I didn't like to paint opaquely, and right now, if I can just grab the chunk of paint and just go right into it, I'm going to be angry. And buttery smooth and takes forever to dry. Well, yeah. But then, this is fun, because tomorrow I can get into this, and I can layer and layer, and the paint is just going to grab, it's just going to catch that pigment. Well, I can imagine that, if I look at my previous endeavors with pigment and paints and stuff that I used to do. Let me just move it so I can continue painting a little bit. When I'm thinking about how I used to paint before, and then that, like I said, since I'm not thinking about painting the same way, or that painting is drawing, but I still heavily rely on rules that I learned from drawing. That means that the shape recognition, the understanding of what painting is, what proportions are. I still have these from the kind of a drawing experience. I still use them. I still thinking about these things. What I like about painting this thick is that a pigment and the paint, it's three-dimensional. It has like a little bit more of a it doesn't feel two-dimensional. It's very important for me, so it doesn't feel two-dimensional in terms of, not that it's not rendered properly, but the paint is going out from that surface. It's not necessarily it's going out. It's just all these little, like brush strokes that you see there, they're picking up the light from the window differently, and that's the closest that you can get to that watercolor effect. A little bit of this. And then, these days I really, really like to work on these absorbent surfaces. It really grabs the paint differently. I think I have too much here. Okay, this needs to go a little lower. Just gonna, I forgot that I promised to work with one brush. A little lower. I think that my camera is going to die. What time is it? Okay, that's a. Should probably start cleaning up because it's getting darker. Not that it matters, but a little bit more here. Get the dinner started, yeah. Well, I'm probably going to paint a little longer off the stream. Maybe I can keep streaming till the camera dies. So let's push this a little bit. And I'm really just playing with this right now. I'm trying to get a little bit more of that, I don't want to say likeness necessarily because I'm far away from there, but a kind of an overall feel to it. So I have these soft edges at least. This needs to go a little lighter as well. And then, if you're painting like fresh, you don't want to overwork it then. It's a lot of different things, but since this is like I said, bad painting Friday, there's nothing to overwork here. So let's push this a little bit more. It feels that it needs a little bit more lighter value right here, where the nose is, or underneath the nose. I'm sorry, not underneath it. This is like a little small plane right there that Rembrandt always utilized in his work. There's like a little sliver of light. Instead of creating this crease right here, he really pushed this a little bit more, which creates that effect. And then let's just push that redness off the mouth. So we're just really going to saturate this. Nice, and then a little bit of that lighter value. That little highlight there, but it cannot be lighter than the one that's going to go into the eye. Which would be right here. And then I have a little that sliver of that paint on my paintbrush. My hands are shaking. And I am not touching. Okay, that's the one. Okay, perfect. I'm not touching that eye with my brush, only with that little streak of pigment there. And it's going to do enough. It's just when you think, always make your highlights or these, like little smaller than you think. Always make them smaller. Okay, I have this, and I can continue working on that. I don't like this is catching too much light that direction, so I'm just going to soften it a little bit. This way. Slow it cleaning. Okay, cool. Yeah, stick around a little bit, and I'm just continuing with this. And you know what? I will definitely come back to this. So since I started this, why not to, push it as far as possible? So I might be streaming tomorrow, and I'll just bring this back, and we can continue working with this guy, since it's fun. So right now I'm just, adjusting, lightening a little bit these areas. And when I say lightening, I'm not literally thinking about making it lighter. I am thinking about bringing that feel of light sitting on top of that skin. And since the pigments are really or the paint is really kind of dry, I can sculpt parts of that. Just a bit. A little bit of that mouth. And I need darker value here. A little bit on that eye. That might be too much, but that's okay because, I have a lot of paint there, so I'm just going to push it. And then there is a little bit more of a feeling, but the eye is going this way. I made it a little too triangular, so let's make it a little softer here. A little softer here. And it's going a little bit more here, up, like so. So I'm playing with that eye a little bit, and the shape of that eye, rather. Darker value. And then there is a kind of this going here. the lighter on the top. Okay. This is actually a lot of fun. I forgot how much I like to do this. Okay, let's get a little bit here. Let's soften this up a little bit. There's too much texture there, so I'm not painting right now. I'm being selective in terms of where do I want to have a lot of texture, when do I want to have a little bit of texture. There's this position right here. And that's going that way. And then there is a little sliver right here, but there is a part of a chin, and then we have a beard right here, and then there is the light value, the sliver right here. Okay, and then I have a darker value right here, a lighter right here, with the hair. I'm trying to use that texture to my advantage. This should be softer right here, the transition. So again, I'm not painting anything, I'm just softening these a little bit. And having fun, slowly building up that, existing portrait. And I did not even get into a reflected light, which I should, because it's kind of a missing that. But since it's still wet, I'm just going to be scraping it. So perhaps till tomorrow it's going to dry out a little bit, and we can continue maybe tomorrow with this, perhaps. I just need to move the pigments from there because they're going to dry till tomorrow. So if you do this, then, do yourself a favor and just save some of this precious paint. You can see the black, it's completely kind of a there's a kind of a weird feeling too. This is gonna go to waste, all of it. So yeah, we're having fun with this. This is not, one-to-one copy of a Rembrandt's painting. This is more study on what I need to do, how I want to approach certain areas in my fragment painting that I have been working on. So it's something to really think about. And I don't really want to, continue working on this right now because it's getting darker. I can barely see it. But this is more about that, the fun part, exploring, experimenting. I know that proportions are a little too, they're not exactly there, but that's okay. That was not the aim of this exercise. This aim of this exercise was, having fun with paint application and, using different surfaces. And I didn't do any drawing, preparatory drawing. I just went straight to the paint and to one shape that, that I was interested in. And I pushed that, a little bit of that composition, and we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow, how it's going to look, what can I do to maybe, address certain problems with proportions, and I might be focusing a little bit more on that lit side of that. Not the lit side, the side that it's reflected light, because it's way lighter than you think. This is way too dark. So I hope that you had a good time today with your bed painting Friday assignment. I certainly did, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Most likely, I'll have to check how much I can get done with the other projects, but I'm looking forward to that. I hope I'll be able to paint a little bit more. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the day, enjoy the rest of the bed painting Friday, and I'll see you later. Take care, bye.